Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that live translation will be used in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator for the day, Lucy Quist.
A very good morning, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, heads of state, governments, business leaders, investors, entrepreneurs, members of the diaspora, civil society, and of course the media. Welcome. We're also glad you're here with us today, and we know you're going to have a very enjoyable day. We're also live streaming on the web, particularly on the YouTube channel UK Africa Investment Summit 2020. And we'd appreciate it if you shared your experiences today using the hashtag #InvestInAfrica. Today is about Africa, and today is about shared prosperity for Africa. And so without further ado, join me in watching our opening video. Thank you.
We are making profits, we are serving our customers with quality food, and we're also giving back to society.
We've actually contributed to about 5% of Rwanda's electrification.
The potential for clean energy is huge in Nigeria.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, heads of state, heads of government, business leaders, friends, good morning to you all, and a very warm welcome to London, to the UK, and to a new start in our business partnership between my country and your countries, and indeed the whole continent of Africa. I am reliably informed that this is the very first time that the UK and quite so many African nations have come together for an event of this kind. And when we celebrate all sorts of exciting new beginnings, start of a new year, a new decade, new government here in Britain, it is an event whose time has come, and indeed an event that is long overdue. An event that I regard as the climax of considerable personal exertions. Because during my 2 years as Foreign Secretary, I visited more African nations than any other senior British politician in living memory. Ghana, the Gambia, Libya, Liberia, Uganda, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Somalia, Kenya, Egypt, Ethiopia, where in a fit of brilliance, our excellent ambassador decided that I should challenge Haile Gebrselassie to a running race in Addis Ababa at an altitude of 2,355 meters in fierce sunshine over a distance of about a mile. And I had to pretend to have a heart attack. in order to get him to slow down, and what everybody said was a very convincing impersonation of a man having a heart attack. And wherever I went in Africa, I found a lot of interest, I'm proud to say a lot of affection for the UK, even a lot of love. But I also realized that we in the UK have a vital job in continuing to convince people across the continent that we're not just a great friend and ally, a reliable ally, but also the people you should be doing business with. We have no divine right to that business. This is a competitive world. You have many suitors. Some of you may be off shortly to sample the delights of Davos. But look today at what we have to offer. Look around the world today and you will swiftly see that the UK is not only the obvious partner of choice, we're also very much the partner of today, of tomorrow, and decades to come. Because the truth is that in 2020, the UK is the ultimate one-stop shop for the ambitious, growing international economy. If you want investment in a new project or enterprise, just hop on the tube, one stop from here, and you'll be in the heart of Canary Wharf, where, along with its older sibling in the City of London, trillions of pounds of capital are being raised for every venture you can think of, from French construction to African telecoms to American cancer-curing drugs. In every currency that you've heard of, and some that have only been recently invented. It may give you some idea of the scale of the financial services in London when I say that Canary Wharf alone is a bigger banking centre than the whole of Frankfurt. We have the tech. We have edtech, midtech, fintech, biotech, green tech, nanotech, tech of all kinds. We have by far the biggest tech sector anywhere in this hemisphere, 2 or 3 times bigger than any of our rivals. And that works in synergy, of course, with our amazing higher education sector. We have more of the world's top universities than any other country outside the United States every year. Thanks to our Chevening and Commonwealth scholarships, their doors are opened to the best and brightest students from every part of Africa. And I'm proud to say today that 1 in 7 of the world's kings, queens, presidents, prime ministers were educated in this country, including the Japanese emperor. We have a total global monopoly on the higher education of emperors. And thank you for that. It's true. And if you want to come here to study in those universities, if you want to play a part in the high-tech revolution, if you want to work with the titans of our financial world, then you'll be pleased to hear, my friends, that one thing is changing: our immigration system. I know it's an issue that people have raised with me in the past, but change is coming, and our system is becoming fairer and more equal as between all our global friends and partners, treating people the same wherever they come from. And by putting people before passports, we will be able to attract the best talent from around the world, wherever they may be. Because I appreciate, as I say, that there is no shortage of governments out there touting for your business. China, I must mention the competition, but I better, I mean, why not? China, Russia, Germany. I'm told there's going to be a conference in France fairly soon. But in the words of an old Akan proverb that I picked up in Ghana, all fingers are not the same. There's wisdom in these Akan proverbs. All fingers are not the same, and all countries are not the same. And the UK boasts a breadth and a depth of expertise that simply cannot be matched by any other nation. And that's why we are one of the biggest partners for countries across Africa. Look at the billions of pounds worth of the deals that are being finalised just here today and that we're announcing. The monorail trains that will shortly be conveying citizens through the streets of Cairo, that great and growing city, will be made here. The monorail trains will be made here in the UK, in Derby. In Nigeria's Oyo state, every street light is being installed with low-carbon, high-efficiency, low-emission diodes from Dorset. I had no idea they made these things in Dorset. There you go. Families across Angola will shortly be tucking into delicious, wholesome chicken from Northern Ireland. Thousands of tons, millions of birds. For millions of years, the birds of this country have flown south to Africa for the winter. But it's thanks to the miracle of free trade that today our birds go plucked, frozen, oven ready. And at the same time, of course, people, and I think Uhuru Kenyatta asked me this question, the BA planes coming the other way are sometimes quite chilly. A point that the President of Kenya raised with me, and I made representations on his behalf. And one of the reasons may be that the holds of those planes are full, each of them, with 13 tons of sliced and refrigerated fruit coming to the supermarkets of the UK. And of course, we want to build a new future as a global free trading nation. That's what we're doing now. That's what we'll be embarking on the 31st of January of this month. But I want to intensify and expand that trade in ways that go far beyond what we sell you or you sell us. We want to go far beyond that. Now, I have just told President Museveni of Uganda that his beef cattle will have an honoured place on the tables of post-Brexit Britain. I want to go beyond. Yes, he's very proud of them, and quite rightly. I want to go beyond that, because what I'm really talking about is building a partnership that benefits all of us. And it's about synergies and partnerships. And it means things like Diageo, spending £167 million to make its East African breweries as clean, efficient, and sustainable as possible through biomass, solar power, water recovery, and purification. It means encouraging people like Lolade Oresanwo. Born in Nigeria, Lolade came to the UK to study at one of our many world-leading higher education institutions. So, armed with an MBA, she headed back to Lagos, and in 2014 helped set up what is now the region's biggest waste processing operation, West Africa ENRG. Every day, yeah, let's hear it for Lolade. Every day, her team scoop up 2,000 tons of rubbish destined for landfill. They sift out the stuff that can be recycled, and then very soon they're going to start using the rest to generate clean electricity for schools and hospitals. And the whole thing is run using mostly British-made equipment, because even if I say it myself, it's the best in the world, and it's backed by UK investors with ongoing research and development support from Lolade's alma mater, Cranfield University. So, Lolade and her team make the local streets cleaner and the global environment greener. They've created 3,000 jobs in Nigeria, the vast majority of them for women. They help keep the order books full for British manufacturers, and the whole operation provides a tidy return for investors both in Nigeria and in the UK. And it's a great example of what the modern UK-Africa partnership looks like. An exchange of ideas, equipment, and finance to solve common problems. A relationship that benefits us all and makes a lasting difference. And the same is true of the UK government's £53 million investment at the port of Mombasa, a serious, commercially minded development like many other of our overseas investments in Africa. But rather than being arranged on extraordinarily one-sided terms and delivered by a vast imported workforce, without wishing to cast aspersions on any other potential partner, it was a sustainable deal that created jobs for ordinary Kenyans now and in the future. And it was made all the easier for British businesses to work with and trade with their Kenyan counterparts and vice versa. I'm told that probably partly as a result of what's going on in Mombasa, half of all the tea drunk in the UK comes to us from Kenya. Think of that. Britain without a nice cup of tea is barely worth thinking about, and that means Britain without Kenya is barely worth thinking about. Literally sustained, kept sane and rational throughout the day by infusions of Kenyan supplied tea. Even if it doesn't originate in Kenya, it comes through Kenya, if you see what I mean. Got to be careful about that. And it's the sustainable, forward-thinking nature of that investment in Mombasa that marks us out, I would say, as different from the global crowd. And that kind of sustainable thinking applies to our shared environment every bit as much as it does to our common business interests. Climate change and loss of biodiversity are issues that affect us all. I know that many of your countries are already on the front line in the fight against both. And I look forward to seeing many of you again when the UK hosts COP26 in Glasgow later this year. And of course, one of the many reasons we were chosen to host COP26 was the incredible speed with which we have cleaned up our domestic energy industry. A decade ago, we were the most carbon-heavy nation in Europe, one of the most carbon-heavy nations in Europe. Today, we're a world leader in offshore wind. We regularly generate more of our electricity from renewables than from fossil fuels, regularly. And we have almost entirely weaned ourselves off coal. But there's no point in the UK reducing the amount of coal we burn if we then trundle over to Africa and line our pockets by encouraging African states to use more of it. Is there? We all breathe the same air, we live beneath the same sky, we all suffer when carbon emissions rise and the planet warms. So from today, the British government will no longer provide any new direct official development assistance, investment, export credit or trade promotion for thermal coal mining or coal power plants overseas. To put it simply, not another penny of UK taxpayers' money will be directly invested in digging up coal or burning it for electricity. And instead, we're going to focus on supporting the transition to lower and zero carbon alternatives. First, by helping you to extract and use oil and gas in the cleanest, greenest way possible, and we're world leaders in that and have much to share, but also by turbocharging, if turbocharging is a word I can use in the context of low carbon energy technology, our support for solar and wind and hydro and all the other carbon-free sources of energy that surround us and are just waiting to be harnessed. If I can't say turbocharging, what can I say? We're going to deliver an electroconvulsive lightning bolt through our renewables energy in industry. That process is already underway because a whole host of British companies are already working with national governments across Africa and around the world to increase renewable capacity. And there's a huge myth about this. People say that you can't, you've got to choose between reducing emissions and raising economic growth. And look at what happened here in the UK. Actually, we have cut CO2 emissions by 42% since 1990, and yet GDP has gone up by 67%. And we stand ready to help you do the same, tackling the causes of climate change while also delivering the power needed to unlock the potential of all our people. And what an incredible potential that is. Africa is a continent of amazing, independent and diverse nations, but they, you, have some things in common, clearly. Some of you members of the Commonwealth, 19 members of the Commonwealth, look forward to the summit in Kigali. But one thing that unites African countries is ambition and optimism, and, by comparison with much of the rest of the world, quite staggering levels of growth. More than half the world's 15 fastest growing economies are in Africa. 2/3 of African economies are expanding faster than the global average. Africa is the future, and the UK has a huge and active role to play in that future. And I hope you agree. Because we are and we will be a partner, your partner, through thick and thin. Our universities are helping to educate the next generation of African entrepreneurs. We're helping to provide security, as I've seen myself, in Somalia, South Sudan, the Sahel, and beyond. Our businesses, our investors, our entrepreneurs our mind-bogglingly innovative financial services sector are helping Africans from Casablanca to Cape Town to face the future with confidence. Today, here in London, here in this fantastic hotel, which I think I gave planning permission for, in the days when I was, a lot of the stuff you see around, I think I helped to build, I'm proud to say. This fantastic city, we are bringing together leaders of nations and businesses, and I hope that this meeting will serve as a great cyclotron of talent in which ideas and people will come together and spark some flash of creativity. And at the start of this new decade, we, the UK and your nations, are taking the first steps on the road to a new partnership between all our people. And like whatever the apparent differences in our skill sets and our abilities and the complementarity, like me and Haile Gebrselassie, trundling around the streets of Addis Ababa, we want to be with you side by side every step of the way. So let's seize the opportunities that are before us here today. Let's build the partnership for the future. And together, let us write the next chapter for my country, for your country, and above all, for all the peoples of our countries. Thank you all very much for coming, and welcome to London. Thank you. Thank you.
Synergies and UK-Africa partnership. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. Throughout the day, we're going to hear from governments and business leaders. But as the Prime Minister said, not all hands are made equal, not all fingers are made equal. And we're in this room because maybe we're one of the longer fingers. As I prepared for today, I heard from young people on the African continent in different countries who asked me, Lucy, what does this actually mean for us? And it's about their ideas and their problem solving that we know that the future is safe. And so join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming two of our young entrepreneurs from the continent, Shiro Wataki, founder of Fun Kids, and Charles Antipem, founder of Dex Technology. Welcome.
Thank you.
So I'll start with you, Shiro. You run Fun Kids, a startup in Kenya, which is doing some wonderful things, but why is this summit important to you?
The question is, why isn't it important to me? Dear people, listen. Listen with your hearts. Listen to the drumbeat from the African continent. It's getting louder. Women are singing, children are laughing. We are ready. It's a new decade. It's a new year. Our diversity is our strength. We have innovation. We have people. We are the fastest growing continent, the largest number of children and youth. Why would this not be an amazing summit for partnerships? Partnerships for growth. Businesses, small businesses like mine have the potential, but we can't do it alone. We need to run this race together. We need people to invest in us in skills, not just the money. The money needs to be patient, but it's all about the people. If we're not going to be sustainable, if it's not going to be dignified, we need to ask ourselves, why not? I look forward to taking the PM around this morning, seeing the amazing innovations by young entrepreneurs from the continent. My heart is filled with pride today morning to be a young entrepreneur and to follow on the proverbs from Africa. The sun does not forget a small village just because of its size.
Great. So what do you think needs to change to really, what do you see as the main opportunities for change?
Intentionality. There's so much data you have as governments, but are we being intentional with what we do with this data? The opportunities are there. We are here. But what are we doing with this? We need to get granular. We need to stop the talk. We need to start the action. But more importantly, you need to make room for us at the table. We are young. We are energetic. We are innovative. We've got grit. And we've got a deep love for our continent. Make room for us at the table, my president. Make room for younger people, not to move you from the table, but to sit with you and join hands. And as our athlete Eliud Kipchoge showed us, you need 42 pace setters, top of their game, to help you win, for us to win the race of an amazing continent of great partnerships. We all need to want to work together. Let's stop the talk and let's get to action.
Thank you, Shiro. Thank you. That was amazing. Every time I see you, Charles, I'm excited because you're going from strength to strength. But I'm going to let you tell this room why we should invest in your business.
Thank you very much. So, all over the African continent, young entrepreneurs are turning the challenges of Africa into opportunities. Opportunities to create solutions that are scaling not just locally, but globally. Let me tell you a story. So 20 years ago, in a small town in Ghana, a science teacher was about to perform the first ever science experiment with his young son. Unfortunately, at the time, he did not have access to the tools and equipment that they needed in order to do these experiments. So they only had a bottle and a funnel. A few years went by, that boy grew older, and seeing that the challenge was still existing, saw an opportunity to find a solution. Together with his friends, using methods like 3D printing, laser cutting, they created a toolbox they called the Science Set. Now, the Science Set contained more than 45 individual components for doing a whole lot of experiments, and yet it was small enough that it could fit in the hand of a student, and was so affordable that every student could have their own. So today, on the African continent, instead of building labs that cost tens of thousands of pounds, students are learning about solar panels and building robots with a science lab that they carry around in their bags. And in 2019, more than 500 schools in the UK started testing this product in schools. I am that young boy who did his first experiment 20 years ago. And today, the company that I helped form called Dex Technology is exporting Science Set from Ghana, and we have requests from more than 24 countries across the world. Innovations that are inspired by the African continent are innovations that can work everywhere. And I believe I speak for African entrepreneurs when I say this, that in this decade, we are going to transform not just the African continent, but the world with our ideas, with our solutions, and with our companies. The question is, who will join us? And clearly, the UK is making a lot of effort to tell us that they're interested in joining us. And the best way to do that is to invest in these young entrepreneurs that are taking the lead. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. African solutions to the world. Join me in thanking Shiro and Charles for their time. Thank you very much for sharing your businesses with us. We're now honored to welcome to the stage His Excellency, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt, and who is also the chairperson of the African Union. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد بوريس جونسون رئيس وزراء بريطانيا، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي، رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفارقة، السيد موسى فقيه محمد رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي، السيدات والسادة الحضور، يسعدني أن أشارككم اليوم في هذه القمة والتي تمثل إضافة جديدة للعمل الدولي المساند لجهود الدول الإفريقية في تحقيق تطلعاتها للنهوض بالقارة على مختلف الأصعدة. وأود أن أعرف في هذا السياق عن التقدير للمملكة المتحدة لمبادرتها الهادفة لدعم مساعينا الإفريقية نحو تحقيق الأهداف التنموية التي توافقنا عليها إفريقياً في أجندة التنمية 2063 وكذا الأهداف الأممية للتنمية المستدامة 2030، وذلك استناداً إلى مبدأ المصالح المتبادلة والمشتركة. ونجتمع اليوم في ظل أوضاع دولية تتسم بالاضطراب وعدم الاستقرار وتزايد وتيرة الصراعات المسلحة وانتشار ظاهرة الإرهاب وتداعياتها على القارتين الإفريقية والأوروبية، واستمرار استخدام منطق القوة في العلاقات الدولية مع تصاعد القلق المتصل بتدفقات الهجرة غير الشرعية في محيطنا الإقليمي، فضلاً عن بروز تحديات اقتصادية واجتماعية وبيئية متعددة الأبعاد، مما يؤثر بالسلب على جهود تحقيق التنمية المستدامة الشاملة والمنشودة. ورغم ضخامة جميع تلك التحديات وتشابك آثارها على القارة الإفريقية بما يتعارض مع تهيئة المناخ الملائم لتحقيق التنمية بكل أبعادها، وعلى رأسها اجتذاب الاستثمار الأجنبي المباشر وهو موضوع قمتنا اليوم، إلا أنني أستطيع القول بعد مرور عام حافل من الجهد على طريق تحقيق أولويات القارة المتمثلة في إرساء الاندماج الإقليمي والتكامل الاقتصادي الإفريقي، أن هناك فرصاً واعدة ومتنوعة أمام شركاء القارة على مستوى العالم تجعل من إفريقيا أحد أهم المقاصد أمام مؤسسات الأعمال الدولية ذات الأهمية مثل تلك المتواجدة هنا في المملكة المتحدة. ومن هذا المنطلق فإن دول القارة الإفريقية تؤكد انفتاحها التام للتعاون مع الشركاء كافة، ومن بينهم بريطانيا لا سيما فيما يتعلق بالمحاور الأربعة التالية ذات الأولوية لقارتنا. أولاً، تكثيف تنفيذ المشروعات الرامية لتطوير البنية التحتية التي تسهم في تحقيق الاندماج القاري، خاصة تلك المشروعات التي تقع ضمن أولويات برنامج تنمية البنية التحتية بالاتحاد الإفريقي، وعلى رأسها محور القاهرة كيب تاون لربط شمال القارة بجنوبها، ومشروعات توليد الطاقة المتجددة، وجميع مشروعات الطرق والربط عبر خطوط السكك الحديدية. ثانياً، تفعيل جميع المراحل التنفيذية لاتفاقية التجارة الحرة القارية الإفريقية بما يسهم في تعزيز حركة التجارة البينية وزيادة تنافسية القارة على الصعيد الدولي، ويقيم سوقاً إفريقياً جاذباً للاستثمار الأجنبي. ثالثاً، الدور المهم للقطاع الخاص المحلي في تعزيز الجهود الوطنية للدول الأفريقية في تحقيق التنمية باعتباره أحد أهم محفزات النمو للنشاط الاقتصادي، وبالتالي فإن تدشين شراكات بين القطاع الخاص الأجنبي والإفريقي وتذليل أي عقبات في طريقها يعد جزءاً لا يتجزأ من استراتيجيتنا الوطنية. رابعاً، تمكين الشباب والمرأة بدول القارة وتوفير فرص العمل باعتبار ذلك ركيزة أساسية لتحقيق التنمية والاستقرار الاجتماعي، وإكسابهم المهارات والخبرات التي تمكنهم من التعامل مع أدوات العصر وتيسير نفاذهم إلى التكنولوجيا المتقدمة. لمواكبة التطورات العالمية ذات الصلة وتعزيزاً لحقوق الإنسان بمفهومها الشامل. السيدات والسادة، استناداً على ما تقدم، أعرب عن تطلعنا لبناء شراكات جادة بين الأشقاء الأفارقة والشركاء الدوليين ومنهم المملكة المتحدة، الأمر الذي يتطلب تقديم حزمة متكاملة من الأطر التعاونية التي تؤسس لعلاقات مستقبلية بناء على العناصر التالية: تقديم ضمانات استثمار حكومية للشركات الدولية ومنها البريطانية على نحو يساهم في طمأنة المستثمرين لتشجيعهم على ضخ استثمارات مباشرة في دول القارة الإفريقية. العمل على تهيئة السبل لتعزيز المبادلات التجارية على أسس أكثر عدالة مع القارة، استناداً إلى المصالح المشتركة بما في ذلك فتح الأسواق البريطانية أمام المنتجات الإفريقية، سعياً لزيادة قيمة التبادل التجاري ومعالجة الخلل الكبير في الميزان التجاري بين الجانبين. توفير التمويل الدولي لدعم المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة في البلدان الإفريقية لكونها الأكثر مساهمة في توفير فرص العمل وزيادة الصادرات. الارتقاء بمستوى معدلات الإنتاج الصناعي والخدمي في القارة الإفريقية بما يعزز الترابط مع سلاسل القيمة العالمية. السيدات والسادة، أؤكد لكم في ختام كلمتي أن ما يشهده عالمنا من تحديات ينبغي أن تشكل حافزاً إضافياً لتعاوننا المشترك، لما لتلك التحديات من طبيعة عابرة لحدود الدول والقارات، مع حتمية التكاتف والتنسيق الدولي في مواجهتها، وبما يكرس من الإدراك المتبادل لوحدة المصير والمسار بين القارتين الإفريقية والأوروبية. ونتطلع في هذا السياق لأن نخرج من اجتماعنا اليوم بنتائج عملية تلبي آمال وطموحات شعوبنا وتوفر آليات عملية قابلة للتطبيق وتفتح آفاقاً جديدة في العلاقات الإفريقية البريطانية. شكراً لكم.
Thank you very much, President Al-Sisi. Distinguished guests, we've set the scene and we have had a taste of what's to come. We have even more engaging sessions to come in sustainable finance and infrastructure right here, and trade and investment, which will be next door. After lunch, there will also be parallel sessions on African growth opportunities and clean energy transformation before the closing of the session at 3:30-ish, close to. Between sessions, there'll be plenty of opportunities for networking, and I would also encourage you to please visit the Innovation Hub, where you will see innovations from different countries, both across Africa and in the UK. All this information and more is available on the app. If you haven't had the opportunity to download our app yet, please download. Even though it's UK Africa Investment Summit, the app is Africa Investment Summit in the Play Store. On the app, you will also find Slido, which will give you the opportunity to pose your questions. May I crave your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, while we allow our distinguished guests to leave the room first before anybody else leaves. Thank you very much, and see you in the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator for the session, Lucy Quist.
Welcome back, and welcome to this session on sustainable finance and infrastructure. We want this to be an interactive session. So ladies and gentlemen, please use the Slido feature on the app to pose your questions. We know that Africa needs more private sector investment to deliver substantive impact in achieving the global goals. This session will consider the offer of the City of London, the expertise of UK resident investors, advising banks, the London Stock Exchange, legal advisors, and the wider professional services. We also want to challenge our governments, banks, and businesses to do more to innovate, to mobilize the investment needed to create inclusive growth. We will start with a business panel discussion in a moment, showcasing the City of London's offer. And then we will have a session with a fintech entrepreneur, again from the continent. We will conclude with a leadership session showcasing the African investment opportunity. And so, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming to the stage your moderator for the next panel, Mr. Graham Wrigley.
Thanks.
Graham is the chairman of CDC, the UK's development finance institution. Over the last 6 years, Graham has been a passionate promoter of CDC's mission as the organization, with the strong support of the UK government, has transformed and seen significant growth in its investments across Africa. Graham, your audience.
Thank you, Lucy. It's great to be here. And I'm delighted to welcome on stage experts on mobilizing investment from sustainable investment from the City of London to Africa. So please welcome on the stage Shola David-Bora, CEO of African Regions at Standard Bank. David Schwimmer, CEO of the London Stock Exchange Group. Michelle Giddens, co-founder and co-CEO of Bridges Fund Management. And Claire Francis, CEO and Regional Head of Global Banking at Standard Chartered. Together, this panel will bring together perspectives from global capital markets, African banks, global banks, and the world of impact investing. But before I start, just 60 seconds on CDC. As Lucy said, CDC is the UK's development finance institution. Founded in 1948, we were the first of its kind in the world. Our second chairman, Lord Reith, said that CDC's mission is to do good without losing money. And that's what we've been doing over 7 decades. In Kenya in 1948, Ghana in the 50s, across the continent. Always striving to work in dignified partnership with Africa's private sector to create jobs and create economic development. In more recent decades, CDC has become the largest investor in African investment funds, helping mobilize a $20 billion pool of equity capital. Today, CDC's patient capital supports 700 businesses across the continent. These businesses in turn employ about 370,000 people, and the companies generate about $1.7 billion in annual taxes for African governments. With the support of the UK government, CDC intends to invest £2 billion, a further £2 billion by 2022. We believe Africa has fantastic opportunities, and now is the right time to get behind investing in Africa and the SDGs, and that is precisely the topic of this panel. So, Shola, you bring a voice from an African bank and a great experience of working in Africa. So from your perspective and the perspective of Standard Bank, what do you see the opportunities on a geographic and a sector basis in the continent?
Thank you, Graham. And I just want to start by saying how great it is to be part of this Africa Summit. For Standard Bank, Africa is our home, and our purpose is to drive Africa's growth. And we have been driving growth on the continent for the past 158 years, and we are present across sub-Saharan Africa, South, West, Eastern, and Central, and we see opportunities in every one of these markets. Last year, we were one of the founding signatories for the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, which commits us to align our business strategy to the Sustainable Development Goals. And we think this is particularly important because it helps to focus the business on key areas such as infrastructure, trade and investment, climate change, sustainable energy, as well as financial inclusion. We believe that the UK is a very important financial market. Standard Bank in 2018 raised $18.8 billion for its clients, and 1/3 of those fundings came from the United Kingdom. And we continue to integrate deeper financial connections between African markets and international markets. We do this for our African corporates. We were involved, for instance, in the listing of 2 African corporates on the stock exchange, London Stock Exchange last year. That was Helios Towers, as well as Airtel Africa. We've also supported sovereigns as they raise their Eurobonds. We did that with South Africa, where they raised 5 billion Eurobond last year, as well as Ghana. We helped Nigeria raise its diaspora bond a few years ago. In addition to that, we make sure that multinationals who expand and invest in Africa have the required financing that they need. Graham, you know about the Globelec acquisition financing that we worked on last year, where we helped Globelec acquire 5 renewable power assets in South Africa. So we believe that the London financial market is one of the deepest international markets. We have an office here, as well as in 4 other international financial centers across the globe. And we continue to connect our corporates, our sovereign corporates, corporate clients, to pools of capital across the continent. We believe that the footprint that we have, and in collaboration with other stakeholders, because the financing gap for the SDGs is huge, and it involves collaboration between commercial banks, DFIs, export credit agencies, NGOs, and both debt and equity capital to be able to achieve those goals. And we are very keen to continue to work to channel capital into Africa.
Great, thank you. Globelec, by the way, is a CDC-backed power company, the biggest IPP in Africa. Just one final point. What unique things do you think the City of London has in terms of providing capital for Africa compared to other global financial centers, would you say, Shola?
It has liquidity, which is very important for financial markets. It also has credibility. It helps in terms of helping to craft innovative structures for financing. And we've had a few firsts in the City of London. I mean, the Nigerian diaspora bond is the first diaspora bond coming out of sub-Saharan Africa. And it was listed on the US SEC, as well as in the UK as well, trading on the UK. So the London markets are flexible, they're deep, They are willing to try new things. They're innovative. And more importantly, you know, they provide the expertise that is required, you know, to sculpt transactions to meet particular needs, even in terms of local financing bonds as well, which increasingly you see coming up. The London market is ready and able to mobilize capital to drive growth in Africa.
Great, thank you. Now, I mean, and that's a great lead into you, David. I mean, I can't think of anybody better placed as CEO of the London Stock Exchange Group to comment on global capital flows. And it was interesting to read recently that the Investment Association, whose UK members are responsible for £9 trillion of assets, have made climate change as its core priority for 2020. So what role do you think, David, the London Stock Exchange Group has in developing green and sustainable finance solutions for Africa? And why is that important for the continent?
Well, thank you, Graham, and it is great to be here. I'll start with the final part of your question. Why is it important for Africa? Young demographic, fast-growing economies, huge opportunities in Africa. But to realize these opportunities, Africa needs capital. And ideally, that capital is provided and utilized in sustainable ways. So let's shift to sustainable finance. Sustainable finance, green bonds as a market, as asset classes, are still relatively new, relatively young asset classes. And Africa's experience with sustainable finance is relatively early in that context. So the real opportunity is that climate finance, sustainable finance, green bonds can be used to drive climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation in African countries, in African markets, by bringing in international capital. Now, there's a role to be played by governments, by African governments, by the UK government, by supranationals like the World Bank, in working with the ministries of finance, in working with central banks to help set up the regulatory frameworks and to allow countries and companies to raise capital on international markets through local currency bonds and through green bonds, as well as through credit enhancement of innovative issuances. In terms of the London Stock Exchange itself, we have 215 bonds admitted on our sustainable bond market. That represents about 38 billion pounds of capital raised from 56 issuers in 15 different currencies. And just this morning, we had the pleasure of welcoming Acorn Holdings. Backed by Garantka, they have raised $40 million equivalent in Kenyan shillings to finance affordable student housing in Kenya. And that is the first African bond to join our sustainable bond market, and we look forward to welcoming many, many more. The exchange is also engaging with issuers, investors, policymakers in terms of potentially expanding our work in this area and setting up a transition bond segment. So lots of different areas of opportunity.
Fantastic. A few words, if you can, David, on how how the London Stock Exchange can help institutional capital, big institutional capital, understand Africa. How are you thinking about that?
Well, first of all, at our most fundamental level, we raise capital. And we have, I believe, 112 African companies listed on the stock exchange in terms of equity trading. They represent a market capitalization of about $166 billion. They have raised $22 billion over the last 10 years, so an enormous amount of capital coming in through our equity platform. On the fixed income side, we have dozens of corporate bonds and sovereign bonds also listed on the exchange. And I believe on the fixed income side, we have raised around $60 billion equivalent. So just in terms of our fundamental role as a capital issuing or a venue, there's a lot of opportunity there. We also partner with exchanges, markets, market infrastructure across Africa. We work with 10 different exchanges across Africa in terms of providing our trading technology and other forms of technology for market infrastructure. We also work with governments and policymakers, regulators in the region to help them navigate the tiering of categories that the index providers, including our own FTSE Russell, have. So if a country can move up into frontier status and then move up into emerging market status, that allows that country and its markets and its issuers to attract additional capital from those investors that track the various index funds and the tiering. One last item I should mention, that in February, so in a few weeks, we plan to launch a new index consisting of a little bit over 60 African companies listed on the London Stock Exchange. Many of them are dual listed on local markets. And by creating this index and working with asset managers who may set up funds associated with this index, investors around the world, from pension funds to retail investors, will have the opportunity to invest capital directly in African companies.
That's great news. That's great news. Now, Michelle, you and Bridges are one of the pioneers of impact investing in the UK and are now working with others to, establish the UK as a leader in the global impact investing movement. Can you explain to the audience briefly how impact investing sits in the wider investing world and what the trends are?
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, and great to be here. Good morning, everybody. So I would argue that what David's beginning to talk about here in terms of sustainable investment, I'm going to venture to say that it's part of a quiet revolution in the finance sector. So we've seen in the last 10 to 15 years a real sea change from the idea that investment is simply about maximizing risk-adjusted returns to the idea that it has responsibilities to society, to people, and to planet. And I think that is going to be incredibly relevant for countries across Africa. So over time, in the last few years, investors have become they've come to believe that integrating ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors into investment will protect long-term value. And this is becoming a norm. So there is 70 trillion of assets under management that have signed the PRI. And according to Morgan Stanley, 70% of asset owners globally have got ESG policies. Impact investing goes a step further. So an impact investor says, I'm going to use my capital to try to achieve positive impact, positive outcomes for people and planet. So an impact investor is interested in investing in areas like health, like financial inclusion, like affordable housing, and crucially, an impact investor measures impact outcomes and reports on them. You asked about some trends. I'm going to pick just 3 that seem relevant for today. The first is that the impact investing sector, although not as big as the ESG sector, at about $500 billion, is one of the fastest growth areas in the financial sector, growing at 20% per year in recent years. And whereas the impact investing sector globally used to be represented by specialist firms like my own, Bridges Fund Management, now we're seeing the mainstream entering just in the last 3 to 5 years in a big way. Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Credit Suisse, Bain Capital, to name but a few. So scale and fast growth. Secondly, the global goals. Now, the global goals are absolutely galvanizing investor interest in a way that I never saw with the millennial goals. They are a map for impact-seeking investors on a roadmap for what marks a good outcome. And given that Africa has a gap of 1.2 trillion, I think it is, per year in terms of achieving the global goals, the fact that we're seeing much more capital directly invested to try to solve the global goals must be good news for Africa. Thirdly, increased interest from policymakers around the world. So I'm part of the UK impact investing space in terms of my day job. It was catalysed by UK government policy. UK government has been committed to building this sector over 15 years. I think, speaking to those representatives of the African governments in this room, there's a huge opportunity to very consciously build up your own impact investing sectors. And I would just mention to close the Global Steering Group, which is the successor to the G8 Impact Investing Task Force, and which has over 30 countries involved, is being supported by DFID to particularly focus on expansion in Africa, so that African countries can be part of this community of countries that are looking to build impactful investing in their own geographies.
So, Michelle, what does that mean for African allocation and products available for the continent?
Yeah, so in terms of allocation, I think the first thing to say is that typical allocation models just really look at risk, return, and liquidity. And so they're going to look at Africa in terms of return, and in terms of risk, and obviously liquidity. What having this additional lens of impact or a desire to solve the Sustainable Development Goals does is provide another lens in impact allocation that brings Africa into focus, because a lot of the innovation in solving the Sustainable Development Goals is coming out of Africa. So if we want to talk about leapfrogging old forms of energy and providing home-based solar, for example, Africa is right at the forefront of that. I know I'm on the board with Graham of the UK's Development Finance Institution, CDC, and we've invested in home solar systems alongside others that have provided power to 3 million people. If I think about another area that Bridges ourselves invest in, which is in the UK social impact bonds, which are performance-related partnerships with government, there's a huge opportunity in development impact bonds across Africa. It's nascent, but it's growing. So my own organisation has recently invested in one with Village Enterprise, which is financing graduation programs out of extreme poverty. So absolutely direct relationship between an investment and direct impact. Village Enterprise has graduated so far 1 million people out of poverty. And then impact funds are spreading across Africa as well. CDC, as you know, is one of the largest investors in specialized impact funds in Africa, having invested over 100 million into funds that are in turn investing in things like serving the base of the pyramid or conversion to environmental solar. So we're seeing a lot of innovation and growth across Africa in impactful investing.
Thank you, Michelle. So Claire, Standard Chartered is a UK bank. You're bringing a UK perspective to Africa. And how do you and Standard Chartered see the opportunities and your role in this discussion?
Well, firstly, 10% of our workforce is in Africa, and we also believe that the global economy is changing at a staggering pace. When you think that 9.8 billion people will be on the planet at 2050. It means we all need to become effectively much better educated, much wealthier, and also more urbanised. We believe at Standard Chartered, and we always have, the Africa potential is simply enormous. We do believe that Africa will leapfrog the more traditional industry bases that we have worldwide. And we also believe that Africa will have 12 megacities by 2025. Africa is effectively an adopter of technology rather than a follower. It has the fastest mobile growth rate in the world. And not everybody has the use of laptops or access to the internet. So what we've learned at Standard Chartered is we need to innovate on simple handheld devices. We also recognise the need, with Africa being the learning, vibrant economy that it is, to ensure that we are always at the pivotal of learning in order to support the Africa customer base. And I think really if we were to look at even East Africa, imagine today if your child actually needs medicine, imagine rather than a 2 to 3 day treacherous courier ride, you can actually go onto your solar-powered TV, pay for it on your mobile, and actually have a drone deliver it the next day. We do really believe that Africa will be at the forefront of technology. Now, this early success that we saw really through M-Pesa in Kenya we recognise that there is huge demand for digital services, and at Standard Chartered, what we've also seen is the uptake of our digital platforms has been staggering. In the Côte d'Ivoire, we've had 18,000 new account openings. In Uganda, we've seen an 8-fold increase, whilst in Tanzania, the bank has actually signed up more new accounts in the last few months than we did through the whole of 2018. So the economy is moving at a substantial pace. We've talked about the financing, David's talked about that, and also sustainability. But I think as we look to sustainability, it will happen across all industries and all parts of the Africa supply chain. We're very, very excited about that. And in fact, last year, we were very, very proud that Standard Chartered was the sole placement agent for the world's first blue bond, working with the Republic of Seychelles. We looked to raise $15 million from institutional investors in order to help clean up plastic in oceans. So having supported the green agenda for the last 10, 12 years, we're looking and working very, very closely with all of our supply chains as the financial industry should do in terms of thinking through what's next on the sustainability agenda.
Great.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Claire. Now we have a question from Slido, and it's a great question. Everywhere I go in Africa, I always ask people, what do you need? What do you as a business, what do you as a country need? And local currency is always one of the 3 things they ask for. So this question, what are your thoughts on the role of local currency financing in supporting investment into Africa? So maybe David and then Claire can give a quick answer to that, and we can then go another question after that.
Thanks, Graham. So the debt capital markets play a critical role in bringing the capital that is necessary for the opportunities that these markets see and need. Now, debt issuance has either the fortunate or unfortunate characteristic, depending on your perspective, that it needs to be paid back or should be paid back. And if that issuance takes place in an international currency or in dollars, in euros, in sterling, other currencies, and yet the issuer, the borrower, is operating in a local currency, revenues are in a local currency, costs are in a local currency, then the issuer is taking on that currency risk with the issuance. The benefit of local currency financing, local currency bonds, is that that risk of currency movement is shifted to the investor. And this has been very successful in a number of markets. As I mentioned earlier, we welcomed Acorn Holdings with its Kenyan-denominated issuance. This afternoon, we are welcoming a Rwandan franc issuance to the exchange. And it's our hope that on the exchange, we will see the same kind of development of local currency issuance on the stock exchange that we have seen in, for example, Masala bonds from India, where London is the largest offshore source of financing in rupees, in the domestic currency for Indian companies, and that has gone a long way towards financing a lot of the infrastructure there. So we see this as a terrific opportunity, terrific solution for issuers in Africa to borrow and have the currency risk be managed by their investors.
Claire, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I mean, obviously local currency and supporting local currency is incredibly important for Africa. The investor community has a job to do in investing, educating itself in terms of the opportunities. And I think you've only got to look at countries like Kenya that have really started to think through how they can innovate local currency financing through their bond markets, etc. We've come a long way, but we've got a lot further to go if we're going to together reach the objectives of the SDG and actually provide that financing into Africa. So we're very proud to be part of that. And I would really reach out to the whole investor community, whether we're the asset management community, insurance community, the hedge fund community. We really do have a job to do in terms of bridging this gap.
Great. So here's another question. And this one, Shola, you should answer this as an African here. In a nutshell, how would you summarize the case for investing in Africa?
1.2 billion people, a combined GDP of $2.3 trillion. We have 8 of the fastest growing economies on the world. You've got Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal growing at 6% and above. In Mozambique, the gas find creates huge opportunities to actually more than double the size of the GDP of that country, with opportunities in agriculture and energy. The trade opportunities are huge. And, you know, of course there are challenges, but we genuinely believe that the opportunities outweigh the challenges. And the important thing about the next 10 years is that we now have a strategic framework in Africa. You know, with the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and the SDGs, that helps to frame the conversation and align interests, you know, into particular sectors. And increasingly, we are seeing governments coming up with the right policies, business-friendly policies, more cost-reflective tariffs that make the investment case for investments much more viable. So we certainly believe that this is the time to invest in Africa. And you know, Standard Bank obviously is here to support that drive.
Michelle, anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add, so if we're going to achieve the global goals and our climate goals, then and if we're going to do it in a way that is fair, then we need to be investing in fast growth in Africa, which is sustainable and which is going to create the end of extreme poverty. Africa is at the heart of those goals, and the global goals and the climate agreement are at the heart of London and the rest of the financial sector, which puts Africa right in the heart of that type of investing, which is in massive growth.
Great. So we must bring this session to a close. We've got presidents coming up next. We can't keep them waiting. So just your bullet point takeaways from each of the panelists.
I think we would say at Standard Chartered, I mean, we're very, very excited about the opportunity that Africa gains. We have a long legacy, and we really don't think that in the time ahead you can afford not to be looking at Africa as a key part of your investment criteria.
I'm going to take away the fact that I think we are going to be seeing a lot of leapfrogging in Africa, a lot of finding innovative solutions to things, and I'd like to think that those ideas will start to come out of Africa and to be copied elsewhere in the world. So leapfrogging, and then the importance of Africa in terms of achieving the global goals.
I would say the focus on partnership, whether it's partnering with the local exchanges in Africa, whether it's partnering with governments, partnering with the supranationals, and the opportunity to work with local investors, issuers. We have some members of our African advisory group here today, which we formed in 2016 to help us get input and work with key investors, key issuers, key policymakers across Africa to make policy recommendations. And that kind of partnership across the different stakeholders and the different constituencies has been very beneficial, I think, both for the London Stock Exchange, the City of London, but also for the investors and the issuers that we work with. So real emphasis on partnership.
Okay.
The next decade is a decade of growth for Africa, and I believe our role collectively is to mobilize resources, capital, technology to empower the people of Africa so that they can realize their potential. Because when we provide the financing and support for small businesses, for African corporates, for multinationals investing in Africa, ultimately it's the people of Africa who are impacted. They're empowered to go and realize their potential.
So I'm glad to hear we've got a bit more time, actually. So we've got another time for another question from Slido. And this one is, how important do you view the role of partnerships in helping to mobilize greater investment from the City of London into Africa? And, you know, I think that's a great question. SDG 17 is all about partnerships. It's not talked about a lot, that goal. Why don't we start with Claire? You know, what views have you got on this?
So we would say that Africa is really all about partnerships. I mean, if I look at the panel here today, very proud that we have deep partnerships with every member represented, just like we do with many people in the room. It is the culture, it's the opportunity, and quite frankly, I hope that through the course of today, you also have that opportunity to really galvanise the partnership that this conference actually gives us all the opportunity to do.
Michelle?
Yeah, we were talking just before we came in about one of those partnerships, which was between CDC and Standard Chartered, which was directly after the Ebola crisis to provide loans to help small businesses that were struggling to kind of cope with the reaction to that crisis. So that's just one example of partnership on the ground. I think the other one that I would point to, I've just referenced, but I think is going to grow a lot globally in Africa, is the Development Impact Bond model, where we work really hard to achieve very difficult impact change, like graduation out of poverty. There's a development impact bond to do with saving the rhino, and that's a complete partnership between the investor, social sector organizations that are doing the services, and then governments or outcomes paying funds or international development organizations. Those kinds of partnerships can make impact into a really attractive investment, and that kind of creativity, I think creativity and partnership is going to be the name of the game in Africa in the next 10 years.
David, I guess your job is all about bringing buyers and sellers, London, Africa, global capital markets together. So what do you think?
Well, a big part of the areas where we do partner in Africa is in capacity building with a number of the local exchanges. We have what we call the London Stock Exchange Group Academy, which runs capacity building programs and training programs. And in that context, we have worked very closely with markets and exchanges in South Africa, in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Kenya. In Kenya, we worked with the Ministry of Petroleum on ESG standards as they are looking to further develop their governance framework. So the opportunities are really legion across the continent. I mentioned earlier in some of my remarks the important role that the supranationals can play as well. You bring all these different stakeholders together, there are some really amazing achievements that we can accomplish.
Just the importance of public sector, private sector partnerships in achieving the SDGs. PPPs are critical. So the required legislation to enable PPPs, very important. There has to be mutual respect between the public sector and the private sector. And it's important that the policies that attract capital, that make it easier for the private sector to participate in financing projects, particularly the large infrastructure projects. It's important that Africa gets its PPP framework right.
Can you think of, what's the example, quickly, a great example of one you're most proud of in Standard Bank where this partnership have come together?
Oh, there are various examples. I'll give, for instance, the Nacala Railway project, Mozambique through to Malawi. And that involved partnership of DFIs, export credit agencies, commercial banks, the local corporates, multinational, all coming together to make sure that we had the right financing structure in place to create a transport infrastructure that actually opened up that region, and drives growth.
Fantastic. So look, to conclude from CDC's perspective, we just talked about, Global Goal 17. What greater symbolism could there be today? UK, African heads of states and government, the African private sector, the UK private sector, the City of London, all talking about how we can get behind the global goals. So thank you very much for listening, and perhaps you can join me in giving a round of applause for our great panelists. And I think we're on time now to hand over to Lucy, so thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. And to everyone on the panel, thank you. Now, as an engineer myself, I love all things tech. I get even more excited when I see women in technology. So join me in welcoming to the stage Faith Adesimowo, our next entrepreneur, who's the CEO of Social Lender. Faith, join us.
Thank you.
So, Faith, can you tell us what your business as a fintech company is doing to drive financial inclusion in Africa?
Right. Millions of people in Africa lack access to basic financial services. And what seems to be the problem here? Trust. Trust is the main issue. The formal financial services or financial institutions lack a way of trusting these people. They demand a collateral that these people don't have, and basically the cost to serve them is high. So what we're doing at Social Lender is we're connecting these people to the formal financial services, leveraging on their social reputation. And so people in the rural areas can actually access formal financial services via SMS and USSD on our platform. But beyond that, Social Lender is one of the many fintech organizations or solutions that are disrupting the traditional financial markets as we see today. And they're enabling millions of people access to formal financial services, access to basic services that they were previously excluded from, such as pensions, credit, and healthcare. Now, what is exciting is that Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the fastest growing fintech regions in the world today. In fact, I have to tell you that about 21% of adult Africans now use mobile money accounts, and that is amazing. This is literally almost twice the number we had in 2014. Super cool. One thing I do notice, though, is that here in the UK, fintech is flourishing. It is amazing. It gives a great opportunity for commercial investors who are seeking to make a return on their investments. Over the next decade, I am positive that we can do the same in Africa. But however, we have ways to go. We have need for more capital, we have need for more funding, and we also need an enabling regulatory environment that will promote financial inclusion and innovation, as well as promote other good things that follow with this. I believe that very crucially, it is important that we make strong partnerships that will focus on showcasing what works and what doesn't work so that we can learn from each other. And most essentially, we do need to be able to build strong businesses, strong fintech solutions that will leverage on all of these things I've mentioned before, and also show true positive social impact. Thank you.
Excellent. So Faith, it sounds to me like you're saying you have a great business, there's a ready market, there's some challenges with some regulations, you need investors to scale up, and Africa presents a great opportunity for anyone who chooses to partner with a business like yours.
Yes, you're very correct.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Faith.
Thank you very much.
It's now my pleasure to welcome the leader panel. For the leader panel, we'll have 3 heads of state, the development secretary, and the president of the African Development Bank. So without further ado, may I welcome to the stage, join me in welcoming to the stage, His Excellency President Kenyatta of the Republic of Kenya.
This way? Oh.
His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana. His Excellency President Mohamed Ghazouani of Mauritania, and Dr. Akiwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and the UK Secretary of State for International Development, the Right Honourable Alok Sharma. Thank you, gentlemen. If I may, I'll start with you, President Kenyatta. Your Excellency, with Kenya consistently moving up in the rankings for ease of doing business and clearly being a trailblazer for sustainable bonds in East Africa, with a dual listing in Kenya and London of the first corporate green bond, what further reforms are needed to harness the potential for sustainable development?
Well, thank you. I think I'll begin first and foremost by saying that I think it's a reality today that with a growing climate crisis, we are all going to have to work in different ways, especially us in the developing countries, in order to be able to ensure that we are able to sustain our economic development in line with our respective country visions, Agenda 2030 for us in Africa, and also maintaining and ensuring that we achieve our SDGs, while at the same time maintaining growth in order to ensure we create the jobs that we need in a sustainable and an environmentally friendly way. So we all must start thinking out of the box. In fact, as we heard this morning, if it's in terms of energy, we need to be able to see how we're going to propel ourselves to ensure that we are producing more and more and depending more and more on green energy. As you said, today we were at the London Stock Exchange, where we launched Kenya's first green bond, which is going to go into a $40 million bond, which will go into helping us put up 5,000 environmentally friendly units for university students, accommodation for university students. We're also moving forward to see how we can also focus ourselves as a country on our first ever sovereign green bond, which again, we want to put to use to develop additional capacity, especially in energy, in housing and sustainable housing. And these are some of the things that we are working on in Kenya, recognizing that in partnership with private sector and us as government, and a clear focus on the issue of sustainability, especially with regard to climate change, we want to be able to create that regulatory framework that allows business, the private sector, to be the engine of helping us achieve our developmental objectives, but again, in a manner that is sustainable and that is environmentally friendly. And in fact, one of the things that we have also done is to ensure that these green bonds, as we're calling them, we give incentives so that they're much more attractive than regular bonds in terms of we're not charging interest, for example, on the coupon. They're tax-free on the interest. And all of this really is just aimed at encouraging our private sector to move more into eco-friendly business that allows us to achieve our objectives while at the same time protecting our environment.
Excellent. Your Excellency, it sounds like sustainable investment is real in Kenya, and it also sounds that a lot of measures have already been taken to make it viable. So if I can push a little harder on that point, what are some of the concrete measures that are being taken to make sustainable investing attractive to other investors as well, so sustainable investments in Kenya?
Like I'm saying, first and foremost, we have tremendously improved the ease of doing business in Kenya. We have improved by approximately 80 percentage points today. I think Kenya is the third most attractive investment destination on the African continent. This is in line with our own policy of recognizing that we need to deal with all the governance structures, we need to deal with all the obstacles that impede business, that prevent business from participating with us to achieve our objectives. And this has been a very clear focus of our administration, that we need to be able to put in place business-friendly policies that will allow business to prosper and attract more direct investment. In fact, I can say that for the last 2 years, Kenya has attracted more FDI into programs such as geothermal development, wind and power, to the point that today 70% of all the power that we generate in Kenya comes from sustainable sources. But there is still room for more growth in that sector. And as government, we're saying that we want to pull out and we want private sector to fill in that gap by creating appropriate frameworks that make it attractive for private sector to come in and fill that gap.
Thank you very much. If I may move on to Your Excellency President Akufo-Addo. With Ghana being one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and as a great supporter of partnerships yourself in realizing the full potential of growth opportunities for Ghana and Africa's economies, we have seen that the UK-Ghana partnership is working to tackle barriers and open up investment in Ghana, for example, through the Ghana and London Stock Exchange partnership. What more could the City of London do to increase investment in Ghana and other African countries as a whole?
So once again, let me thank you, the opportunity to be on this panel, to be part of this summit. I think the London Stock Exchange has a really big historic opportunity. When you look the background of where we are now, where the global financial architecture that was put in place after the Second World War is proving increasingly dysfunctional in terms of being able to address the needs, certainly, of the African continent. I think that the City of London, which has been a major instrument of mobilizing capital, global capital, can play a very, very significant role in trying to change the equation and fill that. What am I saying? The African Development Bank has told us that the infrastructure needs of Africa are roughly, on an annual basis, somewhere around 170, 180 billion. And the financing deficit is anything up to 80, 90, 100 billion a year. I mean, we are not capable of filling that gap as things stand now. Part of it for reasons that are not edifying. We've been told by Thabo Mbeki and the commission on which he sat a few years ago that over $50 billion worth of money is taken out of Africa through illicit financial outflows on an annual basis. So already, even this infrastructure gap that you have, half of it is a result of not having access to this amount of money. Transfer pricing, profit shifting, illegal transactions are responsible for this. So, at the same time, and this is information that we've got out of Bloomberg, it's telling us that investment-grade bonds, there are some $17 trillion of it which are attracting negative interest rates. You have another 24 trillion odd million which are in low-yielding government securities, and some $8 trillion of cash waiting for better opportunities. That is somewhere in the region of $50 trillion of money which is available for investment, but which is not finding. When it comes to Africa, you go and try and raise money on the capital market, you pay something called the African risk premium.
Yes.
The African risk premium makes it that at the end of the day, entry into the bond market becomes a very expensive matter for us, who are already finding it difficult to finance our own investment. The African risk premium sits side by side with the highest rates of return that you can get in putting your money anywhere in the world are in Africa. That's the contradiction at the same time. So we can see that a role exists for something like the London Stock Exchange to assist in mobilizing this large sum of money to help in the financing of Africa. There are things that we need to do on our side in Africa, do better in terms of our own domestic resource mobilization, move away from raw material exports, and insist on processing and adding value to our own resources. But in the process, the Stock Exchange of London can be a pivot for a new relationship with the continent of Africa and with countries like my own, if it sees itself in this nodal position of helping to mobilize all of this capital around the world for investment in Africa's infrastructure. The wealth of Africa is undisputed. Yes. Natural resources, everybody knows, are there. We'll get ourselves into a situation whereby now the infrastructure is also developed. What you're doing is increasing the possibility of Africa's economies emerging as prosperous economies. And that can only be good for the world. It can only be good for world stability and equity to see this continent of 1.2 billion people living on the richest continent in the world, and yet the majority of its people being poor. And posing by that. By 2050, we're told that 1 in 4 people will be African. I believe that I'm right in saying that. That is, that 1 in 4 people will be by 2050 in Africa. And if 1 in 4 people on the planet are hungry and desperate and disadvantaged, that is not a prescription for global stability and peace. So there is an urgent need for us, very, very supportive of the statement that President Kenyatta has made, that we need to think outside the box in trying to find a way of addressing the infrastructure deficit that there is, and finding novel instruments for financing Africa's infrastructure. Nobody is looking for gifts or charity, but we're saying that if there is equity in the way in which people look at matters, the means for being able to address the deficit and the difficulties exist. And I think that the London Stock Exchange can play a really significant and important role in this new thinking that, in my view, is absolutely important for the future of the continent and for our relations with countries like Britain and the world.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just to pick on your point, particularly zooming in on infrastructure, what can we do to support an increase in private financing of infrastructure, sustainably financing infrastructure?
The first thing, of course, is to look at this whole African risk premium. That has to be the beginning if we're going to find sustainable ways of finance, to look at it. And therefore insist that returns on investments in Africa. Increasingly, the continent is at peace. The image and the reality of the continent is radically different today than it was 10, 15 years ago. democratic countries and institutions are growing and flourishing on the continent. The areas now of conflict are very narrow. So that the insistence that somehow or other when you're putting your money in Africa, you have also to hedge against the contamination of doing business in Africa. And yet at the same time, we all know that people make more money coming to do business in Africa than anywhere else on the globe. So that's the second is, I think we should call upon our friends in the West also to focus on this flow of illicit financial outflows that take place from our continent. They should be looking at it and insisting and strengthening the relationship between our tax authorities, making sure that multinational corporations, I mean, the OECD has made a big step, taken a big step forward by insisting that they now believe that it is right that these multinational corporations pay taxes in the areas where they do their business. That's an important step forward. And I think that these are the kind of steps that would assist in being able then for us to address the reliability and the sustainability of investments on our part. On our side, as I say, increasing our own resource mobilization is key. And we're doing it also by insisting on value for money in the transactions that we're going by. And that, of course, means cutting down on corruption and making sure that infrastructure projects, if they're designed for 100 million, they are designed for 100 million, not for 150 million for some people to share the 50 million, yes, etc. But so these are some of the measures.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'd now like to move on to President Mohamed Ghazouani. Your Excellency, Mauritania is called by some a blue ocean opportunity that is strategically advantageously positioned between the Maghreb, Sahel, and Sub-Saharan Africa, and one of the 10 fastest growing African economies. What are the key areas of opportunity that your government is seeking to promote?
Merci beaucoup. Effectivement, comme vous venez de le dire, la Mauritanie occupe une position stratégique importante entre le Maghreb et l'Afrique. Au niveau de son économie, ce qui est l'objet effectivement de votre question, la Mauritanie dispose de potentialités très importantes. Les aspects ou les secteurs clés de son économie sont essentiellement les mines, la pêche, l'agriculture, l'élevage, les hydrocarbures, les énergies nouvelles, renouvelables plutôt. Donc, en ce qui concerne les mines, mon pays dispose de ressources importantes, essentiellement du fer, du cuivre, de l'or. En ce qui concerne le fer, nous avons des potentialités importantes. Nous exportons annuellement une moyenne de 11 à 12 millions de tonnes. En ce qui concerne le cuivre, nous sommes à peu près au niveau de 35 000 tonnes an. Au niveau de l'or, la production est d'environ 350 000 onces. Et ça peut être porté jusqu'à 1 200 000 par an. En ce qui concerne la pêche, nous avons des côtes, la Mauritanie dispose de côtes très poissonneuses, c'est une ressource très importante. Nous avons un potentiel de pêcherie permissible jusqu'aux environs d'1 million de 100 000 tonnes de pélagique. Nous avons à peu près 335 000 tonnes de céphalopodes qu'on peut pêcher annuellement. Au niveau de l'agriculture, nous avons des superficies énormes cultivables, dont 135 000, c'est aux environs de 500 et quelques 1000 hectares, pratiquement un demi-million d'hectares, dont 135 à 140 000 irrigués à partir du fleuve. En ce qui concerne l'élevage, la Mauritanie dispose d'environ 27 millions de têtes de bétail, ce qui est déjà énorme. Au niveau des hydrocarbures, notamment le gaz, nous sommes sur des projets importants. Il y a eu des découvertes depuis quelques années. Bientôt, certainement dans 1 ou 2 ans pratiquement, on envisage un début d'exploitation, de développement de ces projets. Tout récemment, nous avons eu des découvertes beaucoup plus intéressantes en ce qui concerne plutôt les énergies renouvelables. Nous avons un potentiel énorme que nous ne pouvons pas évaluer. Nous considérons que c'est un potentiel d'ailleurs illimité.
Merci beaucoup. Si je peux continuer avec une deuxième question. What measures is the government taking to attract more sustainably minded investors, particularly because you talk about a lot of natural resources that need to be protected, as well as creating prosperity for the people of Mauritania?
Oui, nous avons déjà, dans ce sens, pris des mesures intéressantes et nous sommes encore en cours d'en prendre des autres. Pour ce qui est des mesures déjà prises en voie de lettres, nous avons déjà renforcé la sécurité sur toute l'étendue du territoire national mauritanien. Vous savez bien que ce n'est pas si évident que cela, parce que nous sommes dans une zone où il y a quand même des défis, des turbulences, et de grands défis sécuritaires. Et sur ce plan, nous avons fait des efforts énormes, mais heureusement qui ont donné aussi de très bons résultats. Ça nous réconforte, ça réconforte aussi tous nos partenaires. Donc, nous considérons que cette mesure de sécurisation est indispensable. Elle est déjà de fait existante et nous continuerons à la renforcer. Nous sommes en train de mettre en place un haut conseil de l'investissement rattaché à la présidence de la République et nous le mettons à ce niveau-là pour nous permettre de rassurer les investisseurs. Nous sommes en train de mettre à jour notre code d'investissement. Nous sommes en train de renforcer et de moderniser notre guichet unique. Nous menons des politiques de promotion et de développement de notre secteur privé. Là aussi, c'est quelque chose qui est très important pour nous. Nous considérons que ça doit d'abord venir de nous et nous avons des politiques que nous espérons prometteuses dans ce cadre-là. Nous engageons une politique de modernisation des moyens et des systèmes de paiement. Nous avons créé tout récemment un centre international de médiation et d'arbitrage à Nouakchott, la capitale. Nous avons modernisé et simplifié le code d'arbitrage. Nous avons modifié le code des procédures civiles, commerciales et administratives pour écourter les délais des litiges relatifs à l'investissement de façon générale. Nous avons mis en place un guichet unique au niveau des paiements des droits de douane. Nous avons pris des mesures d'envergure pour renforcer la gouvernance économique dans toutes ses dimensions, notamment dans le cadre de la lutte contre la corruption. Toutes ces mesures et bien d'autres sont là justement pour nous permettre de créer un environnement très propice et favorable à l'investissement et de façon générale. Nous allons toujours continuer dans le sens d'améliorer tout cet environnement et nous pensons que ça va donner de bons résultats.
Merci beaucoup. I'd like to turn now to the African Development Bank. And President Adesina, you have spearheaded African Development Bank's efforts to mobilize private finance to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. And you're probably, as far as I can tell, the biggest financing institution on the continent who clearly understands the continent, which is very important. Can you tell us a bit about how the African Development Bank has been approaching this?
Well, first and foremost, I want to congratulate you, President Kenyatta, on the launch of your Green Bond. I think that's a fantastic thing, and I think we need more of that on the continent. When it comes to the issue of sustainable development goals, there's no doubt about it that, as President of Ghana said, the critical thing is infrastructure, yes. Power, water, roads, rail, airports, and all the things that you need to be able to be competitive and effective in the global market. Now, for us, when we take a look at it, this is where the challenge is the size of that gap. It's anything between $68 billion to $108 billion, actually, a year, which is massive. But it depends on how you look at it. It's either the cup is half empty or half full. The question, the real issue is that is a $68 to $108 billion investment opportunity that people should be looking at. And I think that is one thing. Africa is the place. If you're really going to be on the cutting edge of investing in infrastructure, Africa is the place to do. Now, what are we doing to try to mobilize and close this particular gap? One thing that private sector actors always face is, you've got the money, but where are the projects? Are the projects bankable projects? And so the first thing that we do a lot at the African Development Bank is actually we have instruments that allow us to support the development of bankable projects. Together with the African Union, for example, we have what's called the NEPAD, Infrastructure Preparation Facility, which we've actually used to support infrastructure downstream financing of about $8.5 billion. And so for every dollar we spend on that project preparation, we are able to mobilize $525. So you can see high risk, but it's also high return. Yes. And that's a role that we can play. Now, we also have established something called Africa 50 as a private equity platform that invests in project preparation and the excellencies of all members of that, and also in terms of project finance, right? But I'm delighted this morning, I'm here with the Secretary of State for DFID, that we're delighted to announce actually to you all this morning a joint partnership to be able to deepen the preparation of project preparation in Africa. And so we're delighted to announce to you this morning the DFID, African Development Bank, partnership on infrastructure, a facility which will be £80 million that has just been concluded. And I want to thank the Secretary for that. You know, for £80 million, you think about every dollar leveraging 525. That just tells you how much we can do with that. The second thing that we try to do is the issue of risk. And I think President Akufo-Addo began to talk about this. Well, look, if you do not know how to swim, water looks scary for you, right? And so when you look at risk, I think the issue of risk in Africa is way exaggerated. Africa is no different. In fact, if you look at the data actually shows that the risk of loss in Africa is one of the lowest you have in the world. Lower than Latin America, lower than in Asia, lower than in Europe, right? Yet the capital flow is asymmetric, it's on the other side. So the issue is really perceived risk. It's a big issue that we have to continue to do. Now, when it comes to some of the risk, whether market risk, financial risk, project risk, or political risk, we have instruments that we use to do that. For example, President Kenyatta here, we supported the Lake Turkana project, which is the Africa's largest wind power project. We provided about $20 million to de-risk the private sector that in case Kenya does not build the transmission line, they will lose money. So we provided that in terms of being also senior debt that we provided. We concluded that, and congratulations, Mr. President, you launched that last year, and it worked very, very well. We also have another facility. It's not just Kenya or the big countries. How about Chad? How about Mali? How about Burkina Faso, the small countries? We're able to say it's a fragile state. Well, I'm not scared of anything fragile. Africa is my backyard. And we have instruments to do that. We have something called the Private Sector Enhancement Facility, which is $500 million that we use to reduce risk of infrastructure financing by private sector in fragile states. And guess what? Every dollar we mobilize 5 times. And we've been doing it now for the last 4 years as a bank. We have not lost a single dollar in any single so-called fragile state. If you know your neighborhood properly, you don't have to be afraid of that issue. Now, the other thing I want to say is capital. Obviously, one has to worry about infrastructure, power, about access and affordability. Yeah. So the cost of capital is important. So one thing that we do as a bank is that we also deploy concessional financing, blended finance. It allows us to do things like infrastructure that can be affordable to people.
Thank you.
Well, let me make 2 additional points. I know you want to.
Yes, yes.
But I'm a banker and I have investors here, so let me make my pitch. One is, a lot of people here today, you have institutional investors here. We've got in London $8 trillion that's in the assets under management. Only 1% of that is actually invested in Africa. And so we have the instrument of African Development Bank. We launched what's called the synthetic securitization 2 years ago, where we took the risk on our non-sovereign portfolio and we transferred it to the private sector, the institutional investors. $1 billion, the biggest that any multilateral development bank has done. So we have the instruments to support that, and I think the institutional investors here can be confident that the instruments are there. But finally, it's about how you attract investment to the continent. The African Development Bank has the Africa Investment Forum that we have with our partners. And last year, we were able to have President Nana Akufo-Addo was with us. We were able to attract $40.1 billion of investment interest in projects across Africa. The Minister of Finance of South Africa is here, all in less than 72 hours. And so that just tells you that as you look in UK, outside of Europe, one door shuts, another one opens. Africa is the place to be. We have the instruments to do risk. We have the capital to do that. Whether it's co-finance, whether it's syndication, whether it is guarantee facility, that's there. So don't get scared of Brexit. You can exit and look the other way, and Africa will be there. We're ready for it.
Thank you. Thank you. We've heard so much about partnerships, opportunities on the ground to create prosperity, and the need to change perspectives. And so I'll throw my final question to you, Right Honourable Alok Sharma. As the International Development Secretary, prior to entering Parliament, you actually spent 16 years in the city. So you have a fantastic understanding of both sides, the business side and also, obviously, the government side, both public and private sector. So my question to you is, particularly as our host, I should say, not me, what role does the UK government see for the city in mobilizing investment into Africa after hearing about all these opportunities?
Well, thank you, Lucy. And can I just point out, ladies and gentlemen, that the Prime Minister of my country is the host. I am not, just in case there was any misunderstanding. This morning, I was at the London Stock Exchange with President Kenyatta, and we're brilliant that we launched this London listing, cross-listing of the green bond, the Simba bond, and precisely a week ago, I was in Nairobi at the Stock Exchange, and that was when the main listing took place. And really exciting landmark moment, and I was asked to ring the bell. And in Nairobi, they have a physical bell, rather than in London, where you just press a button and something happens. And I was told to ring the bell with vigor, and I did, and the top fell off. It did, but I'd explained that I was channeling Boris Johnson's government's new energy, and that's why that happened. But what was very exciting was the fact that the UK government actually supported the development of that bond, the regulatory environment around green bonds, and of course we also provided a partial guarantee to investors through Garantco. And I think that is the future. If you look at what is going right now in terms of development money into the developing world. There's about 160 billion put in by governments around the world. The UN, as you will know, estimates that we need an extra 2.5 trillion every year up to 2030 to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The only way we can do that is by corralling in private sector money alongside, and that's where I think the City of London absolutely comes in, totally preeminent. I think it hosts more African companies than indeed any other international stock exchange, and I think that's great news. In terms of what we are doing from a UK government perspective, I announced on Friday another £400 million worth of support in terms of improving regulatory environments, financial markets in 45 countries across Africa. I also announced our plans to work with the World Bank and IFC to get more local currency offshore bonds into the market, and also a competition within the city to see whether we can come up with instruments which can be listed, which will attract more private sector money in. The final thing I want to say is that I've been really seized by the fact that we need much more private sector funding into infrastructure. And the reality is that Africa has a fabulous future. But right now, less than 4% of all FDI across the world goes into Africa. And we have to collectively change that. So I set up in August, when I came into this department, an infrastructure commission led by Greg Hodkinson, who used to run Atkins. He's here in the audience, and I want to thank him and all the commissioners because they've now come forward with their suggestions. And one of the suggestions, which we're acting on, is setting up a development facility, project development facility, which will allow us to see how we can get private sector money into infrastructure. And I'm very happy to announce that as a first step, only as a first step, we've got partnerships which are going to go forward with Kenya, with Ghana, with Uganda, with Egypt, with Ethiopia. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the future where the UK can support, through the brilliant City of London, our expertise and the support we provide through DFID to make sure that we have money going into infrastructure, not just government money, but private sector money. And I'm absolutely confident that if we work at this, we will make it a success.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Alok Sharma. And thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for all your insightful, not contributions, that's not the word, but actually your deliveries, because this summit is about action. It's not just about talk, it's about what's happening and what is to happen. So I hope you've all been taking notes. And join me again in thanking our Excellencies as they leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, so just before you leave, point of order, as they leave, as you know now, we're going to have our lunch break in your program. We'd appreciate it if you're all back here promptly for our next session so that we can wrap up in good time. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator for the session, Lucy Quist.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you have had a really good lunch. You've had the opportunity to network, and I really hope you took advantage of the opportunity to visit the Innovation Hub. If you haven't done so yet, please make sure you do so before you leave. This session, African Growth Opportunities, will showcase the opportunities in priority growth sectors and the reform efforts being undertaken by governments. We will later hear from the presidents of Mozambique and Cote d'Ivoire, and also from the Prime Minister of Mauritius. But before all of that, we'll also have a panel with business leaders. Now, to open our session, we are privileged to have with us the former president of the African Development Bank, Mr. Donald Kaberuka.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and to share with you my thoughts on this particular subject. And I would like to tell you a small story to begin. During the global financial crisis in 2008, I get a call from a major publication here in London. And they asked me a simple question: will Africa survive this crisis? There was a view that Africa would be the continent to be affected the most. Actually, when we look at the numbers, we look at the parameters, we found that the fundamentals of the continent were actually stronger than many people thought. Not simply the financial sector, but even the real sectors. Now, a few countries were affected, especially by the second level effect on the price of commodities. There was issues with trade finance, but on balance, the ability of the continent to withstand the shock of the crisis was amazing. Of course, countries were affected in different ways. And the reason was that the shock absorbing capacity, the resilience of the continent is much stronger than we tend to think. And therefore, for those people who look at Africa through a 24-news cycle, focusing on what's happening now, they tend to miss out what I call the mega trends. What are the things that drive opportunities in Africa? And these are the ones I want to focus upon today. Now, my friend Tony Elumelu will be here in a moment. He likes to say that Africa is no longer an exotic market. It's a market like any other. We have 55 countries. We have a lot of similarities and a lot of differences too. So in some countries, things are happening. In others, there is once in a while some challenges, because Africa is Africa, but 55 countries which are different. So if you didn't focus on the 24-hour news cycle and look at these big trends, you'll see things which are happening, and I'd like to mention the following. Some have been mentioned this morning, but it is worthwhile repeating them. The first one is the demographic dynamics. It has been mentioned. The number of young people, how big the consumer market will be by 2040, 2050. So the demographic dynamics of this continent is a long-term mega trend. It is not subject to a 24-hour news cycle. And that means a lot for businesses, whether you are in agriculture, in manufacturing, whatever it is. But the second big mega trend, which people tend to miss, that is the fact that by 2030, 40% of Africans will be living in the cities. And here I mean towns and cities, not simply the big cities like Kinshasa and Lagos and Accra and all this. I'm talking about even small cities, Kumasi, Kolwezi, Port Harcourt, anything above 1 million people. And that is a trend which is set to continue. So the demographic dynamics on one hand, a young continent, increased number of consumers, the high number of educated young Africans coming into the labor force, And then this massive urbanization. Then there is a third factor, which a lot of stereotypes tend to miss. And that is the fact that although some countries have challenges in managing the commodity supercycle, i.e. when the prices are going up, there is pro-cyclical spending, and so when prices come down, they have challenges making the adjustment. Many other countries have actually done well in terms of anchoring the economic reforms of the 80s. That momentum has stayed there, and especially in the business environment. So when you combine the ever-improving business environment with the demographic dynamics, that is where things will happen, especially in the cities. Now, I want to also add the other big trend. This is digitalization, where Africa has been the leader. I expect this to intensify. I don't expect this to fall back. We are leading on digitalization, beginning with markets like Kenya and all this. But it is not simply digitalization, it is in adopting smartphones, using them for services, whatever it is. It is digitalization and leapfrogging, using the opportunity to do things differently. Think of Africa in the 80s with the landline phones. But this was the continent which led on the adoption of mobile phones. There are many more things happening in digitalization and leapfrogging. However, having said this, because the time is limited, I want to caution that we have a long way to go. And this is the first thing we have to do. There is a lot of talk nowadays about the fact that as real wages increase in China, about 80 million jobs will move out of China to either India, Southeast Asia, or Africa. I like to believe that we can get a good share of those FDI. But it will not happen automatically. There are some things we have to do. And the first thing we have to do is to improve our logistics. I'm not simply talking about infrastructure, the logistics. The second thing we have to improve is what I call clusters around the particular firms. And the third thing we have to do is to expand the depth and the size of the market. And this is the importance of the CFTA. It has been discussed this morning, but I want to emphasize again that as the rest of the world probably has challenges on coming together, you can see my friend here, the Minister of Trade of Ghana, Africa is leading on expanding the southern market. So for an investor, it's not simple about, I am going to invest in country X. No, you're going to invest in region X. There'll be a whole range of cities closer to each other. I know that tariffs are only one part of the problem, maybe sometimes not even the most important part. There'll be non-tariff restrictions to deal with. There'll be payment systems to work upon. There'll be standards to work upon. There'll be harmonization to do. And that is what the CFTA will be doing. And behind all that, some progress in the free movement of persons. It's a big agenda, but it's an agenda for which we know the roadmap. So, look at the mega trends. Look at the resilience of the continent. Look at the adoption of the CFTA. Look at the ability to withstand external shocks, massive external shocks, including, by the way, what the continent is facing now, which is massive security challenges in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. Those are issues which are global in nature. Africa cannot resolve them alone. But I'm confident that working together, we shall be able to do so. Look at effect of climate, whether it is in the eastern part of Africa, whether in the western part, challenges of a different nature. Again, these are things which are global public goods or public bads, of which we have to work together. So let me try to summarize all this by saying this. Jack Ma, in one of his speeches, described Africa as the China of 30 years ago. Now, you may agree or disagree with him. Africa is not China, but he had a point. 30 years ago, or even a bit longer, people are not looking at China the way we talk about it today. whether it is from the viewpoint of the relationship between the state and the markets, infrastructure, etc. And I do believe that by looking at these big trends, you can see the similarities between our continent today and what China was then. Now, urbanization will have an impact on agriculture, on the demand for food, demand for infrastructure, demand for different kinds of services. The manufacturing, contrary to what people think, actually has not contracted. If you look at the southern part of Africa, there have been some challenges. Yes, there's evidence there of a bit of contraction. But in the rest of Africa, actually, manufacturing is picking up in different countries. And so there are opportunities there as well. Now, to sustain the momentum of all this, three things are fundamental. The first one is stability. Stability of our countries. I think that, as you could see, in countries where there have been cycles of issues, sometimes it is you go forward, you go back 5 years, and so on. So stability of our countries. The second is to maintain momentum of economic reforms. Maybe on the macroeconomic reform, many countries are trying hard, but there are other reforms which are as important. On the business environment, regulatory framework, at the microeconomic level, these things have to continue. And finally, I do believe that in terms of new technologies, this has been discussed many times. We have to figure out how to adapt our education to the labor markets of tomorrow. I think that all over the world, this is something which all countries have to handle. But for us, who will be having the largest cohort of young people coming to the markets, we have now to begin to re-examine the kind of training and education we provide to our young people. Because what you do today will show only in 20 years. And so it's a time to look carefully at our education systems to be able to adapt to the technologies. We have to ensure inclusion and deal with inequalities. These are not things you can postpone, whether it is women, whether it is different regions, whether it is how you figure out safety nets, to make sure that it is a tide which is carrying everybody along is extremely important. So, education, to take advantage of the markets of tomorrow. Inclusion, dealing with inequalities, extremely important. And very finally, what I've just mentioned, although the looking far ahead, one could say that maybe between 2015 and 2030, the economies of Africa would have probably doubled in size, all right? But population too will have increased dramatically. And therefore, the challenge of finding jobs for the young people is where I think we can work together. The Asians have a saying that you build the nest and I'll bring the birds. I think our challenge as Africa is let us continue to build the nests, powerful nests. And we are talking to our partners in the UK, in the whole of Europe, in China, elsewhere. Please bring the birds and let us together work for the prosperity, not simply of Africa, but of the whole world. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Mr. Kaberuka, thank you very much. It's a great way to start this next session, and I take away your main point that digitalization is more than just using mobile phones. Join me in welcoming the panelists for our next session. We have Mr. David Malpass, President of the World Bank Group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman, Heirs Holding and United Bank for Africa, Ms. Runa Alam, CEO, Development Partners International, and Mr. Nick Reed, Group CEO of Vodafone Group.
I'll come toward you.
Thank you very much. And if you'd like to ask our panelists a question at the end, please refer to Slido in the Summit app to post your questions. So, Mr. Malpass, I'll start with you. In which sectors do you see the most promising opportunities to turbocharge jobs-rich growth in Africa?
Thank you, Lucy. When you said turbocharge, I thought of electro-impulsive lightning bolt. I had to write it down to remember. So we're scrapping turbocharge and we're going for the electro-impulsive lightning bolt. So I think there's big opportunities when countries change their policies and make an attractive investment climate. And there are investors who will try to seek that out. One of the areas that I think can be most valuable is digital financial services, because it empowers and enables small businesses, women, people that haven't been in the economy to actually get into to have money, to have it kept safe, and then to use it the next day and the next day. Our old systems were dependent on physical money, which was very hard to protect and to share within community and so on. So I think there's good opportunity there, but that then requires more availability of electricity, more availability within the country of regulatory policy that allows some flexibility in the system. You know, the regulatory policies are set up for the old system, which was dominated by banks, often a state-owned bank, and it's just been very hard for those institutions to update themselves. So I think there's good opportunity. I'll mention that one as turbocharging.
Sounds great. I like your reference particularly to power, because we know that sub-Saharan Africa actually consumes less power than Spain, was the last statistic I recall reading. So we were talking about financial services, digitalization, but we need power for all of that to come to life. Thank you very much.
I was sitting at lunch beside the president of Malawi, and he was saying the penetration is only 14%. Wow. He has a goal of doubling it. I think that's commendable, and I think it's urgent that there be thought given to how do you rapidly expand the availability of electricity.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. If I can switch to you, Mr. Elumelu, from your experience as a successful investor, what do you see as the main growth sectors in Africa today, and how can governments across the continent really empower the next generation of African entrepreneurs?
I think first I want to commend the UK government for this platform for us to interact amongst ourselves and with people who are interested in investing in Africa. Africa needs massive private capital to enable us drive the sectors that will help us develop the continent, especially sectors like power. You know, access to electricity is very critical if we're serious about developing our continent. And sitting with the World Bank president, Runa, who invests significantly on the continent, I think we can start discussing about to bring more capital to the continent. Basically, we have huge youth population in Africa, and I think that is our biggest resource as a continent. And so to talk about the development of our continent, we must prioritize this segment and also talk of how to empower them. Empowering them is very critical in developing our continent. That is what will help us to create jobs, help us to alleviate poverty. And I think that that empowerment must start from creating the enabling environment, from making sure we have roads, we have mass transportation system, and most importantly, as I said earlier, that we're able to fix electricity on the continent. If we do all of this, and we'll unleash the enormous potential that reside in Africa and these young people. It is very, very, very important that this sector, this segment is given all the attention and condition we need to give. There are other sectors, economic sectors like manufacturing, very important, petroleum sector, very, very important, that we need to also address if we must develop or catalyze or increase the development of our continent. But most important of it all is our young ones, so that they get the economic opportunities that some of us got, they get the economic hope and encouragement that will enable them to utilize and put to use what they've been studying and what they are capable of doing. This is what we do through the Tony Elumelu Foundation. We try in our own limited resources to support the next generation of African leaders, the next generation of what we call the future of Africa, giving them the enablement, giving them seed capital, providing mentoring for them, providing business education and training for them so that they can, or we can, have our own Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg come out of Africa. Those are the things that will help us change the continent. Those are the things we need to prioritize and emphasize as a continent.
Thank you very much for that. In fact, I really latched on to where you said, creating opportunities for them like we have. I recall before this summit, a young man from Rwanda sent me a message saying, well, Lucy, what's this summit going to do for us? Because it's all well and good for people like you. You're all there, you have great education, and you're bound to do well in life, but then what happens to me? And I hope that young man is listening today and heard exactly what you said, because it is really about creating opportunities for that generation as well. Thank you. Ms. Allen, so like Tony, you've been investing successfully in Africa for at least 20 years. And with new tech and transforming new markets, how can government support investors to take advantage of the opportunities and manage risk? We heard a bit from the president of Ghana earlier on, talking about perceived risk. So there is perceived risk, but there is what is actual, which may not be the same things. So can you respond to all of that, if you don't mind?
Absolutely. So we've talked this morning about innovative finance. We've talked about impact investing. So I want to tell you a model that is not started last year, but about 20 years ago. And that is the model that the CDC and other DFIs developed, which is using a Western financial structure called private equity and adopting it to Africa. So for 21 years, I've been investing through private equity funds. When we started, it was all about, can you please not lose our money? Can you do a demonstration effect? Because we all know the largest part of money rests in the private sector, so they will follow when they see their returns. Can you also provide hands-on help to coach and help management, bring in new technologies, bring in ideas of lean management, of different types of strategy, of new product development? And so that model is what we've been investing in for 20 years. Now there's billions of dollars that have gone into Africa to support companies small and large. We happen to be in the larger part of the sector, but it is a model that is very current as well as very old. What do I mean by that? So for 20 years, the DFIs have put in our contracts that we must do ESG. So we've been doing ESG for 20 years. We've kept track of job creation, supply chain changes, and et cetera, et cetera. So impact and ESG are not 5 years old in Africa. They're more than 20 years old. And we've been doing it. It's not been ticking the boxes. So how is it new? Well, the same model is allowing us now to focus on SDGs, the UN SDGs. Job creation, of course, as Tony and others have talked about, is hugely important. We have a young population, and we know in Africa, 20 people are supported by a single job. So we can continue to do that. It happens to be SDG 8. SDG 5, which is gender balance. We are introducing toolkits to make all of our companies gender balanced in Africa. SDG 13, climate change, you put that in also, and it's actually a commercial return as well as a common good. The commercial return is, if you don't look at the risk of climate change, your manufacturing company may run out of water, which may be one of the ingredients. On the other hand, if you don't measure and take down energy efficiency, then we have not done something right in the world. McKinsey said in Africa, the best companies have something different. If you want to attract the best talent, you have to not only give them a good job and be a good company, but they have to feel, as do many of the younger people worldwide, that their company is doing something good, so we can attract more people, better people for ourselves. Getting to the risk, having said that, One of the biggest risks we've seen continent-wide, but it's a risk in all emerging markets, it's FX. So if the currencies keep going up and down, and you're sitting in the US or in the UK or other parts of Europe, Middle East, etc., and you're a dollar investor, you're going to worry about a great return in Africa, but what is our return? Let me tell you, despite 80–90% devaluations, we have had in dollars 5–6 times cash on our money. We've had 30–80% IRRs in our companies. We've had in the banking sector, and we invested with Tony, from 2.5 to 3.4 times our return. These numbers stack up anywhere else in the world. So what would I say? FX is important. The only thing I would ask is please devalue sooner, because if you don't, your companies in your country run out of foreign exchange, and it hinders growth. I would also say, secondly, one of the risks, which Africa's been very good at, is keep creating the enabling environment. There's a sense globally that's changing. Let's not have it change. I would also say, in terms of climate change, I don't think of that as I think of that as a risk. So please, in your countries, make it easier to bring in renewables, to put in things in companies that deal with climate change, as well as other impactful things. And finally, I would say, whatever the policy is, I believe in regulation, but good regulation. Please make it very clear and very consistent. With that, I think Africa will grow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive response. Mr. Reid, good to see you again.
You can call me Nick.
The digitization of the economy is paramount. I don't think there's anyone in the room that questions that. If we really want to transform African economies, then we need this. But what are the key building blocks to achieve this? This is nice to say, but what do we actually need to do about it?
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that digitization is a key engine of growth, that it can drive economic prosperity and, importantly, can improve all lives of people in Africa. I think we have a one-time opportunity to really do a step change in the level of competitiveness and in terms of productivity. In fact, the UN Broadband Commission estimates that a 10 percentage points movement or increase in broadband penetration can drive a 2.5% improvement in GDP per capita. So I believe the opportunity is significant. Vodafone has been operating in Africa for over 25 years. We operate in 8 markets. We've really gone through 2 transformations. One is mobile communication. We have 170 million mobile customers, but also in terms of mobile financial services with M-Pesa, which we are deeply proud of, and have 37 million customers using M-Pesa, processing 11 billion transactions worth $135 billion a year. So significant presence, and we're very passionate about Africa. I would say what's really important, to your point, is to develop going forward. I think it needs a private-public partnership. We need to work together specifically on 4 critical areas. The first is to overcome the sizable infrastructure gap. It's estimated by, again, the UN Broadband Commission that between now and 2030, we need an investment of $109 billion to ensure universal broadband access. And that's not going to come from governments. That's got to be a blend along with private investment. Vodafone's been investing about $1 billion a year on average over the last 3 years into Africa. We now have 4G coverage in all of our markets, and we're now starting to think about 5G moving forward. It's really important we have the right regulatory framework to ensure a pro-investment stance moving forward with certainty. I'd say the second thing is we need to use data to essentially provide transformational services. We have lots of examples, but if I was going to pull out one, it'd be Safaricom with DigiFarm. Here's an effort by us to create a technology platform, free, open to smallholding farmers, giving them information, pricing, and the ability to raise credit to ensure that they can develop their businesses. Third is to continue to drive financial inclusion. M-Pesa has been hugely powerful. It can do so much more going forward, and we really encourage you to put the right regulatory frameworks in place. And then finally, fourth, I think we need to use the power of digital to increase access to public services. We're looking at lots of user cases, but again, if I was picking one example, in South Africa, we're working with schools and universities to put the syllabus onto eSchool platform, 0 rated, so that we're encouraging the skill development that's required for the future of Africa. So what I say is, let's use private-public partnership as a model moving forward, really to see the full potential of realizing a digital society for Africa.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to feed off your point about skills development and pose a question to you, Mr. Malpass and Mr. Elumelu. For a couple of for some of the countries who have been present at this summit, they do have a challenge of growing, and yet that growth not being evenly distributed across the country. So you have a two-speed system where some people are benefiting and some people are being left behind. Part of it is the skills challenge, that if you just don't have the skills to participate, you can't really reap the benefit. My question to both of you is that, what else can be done to really start bridging and closing this gap? Whether it's from the investor point of view, whether it's from a government point, whatever point of view you take, in addition to giving people skills, how do we accelerate the closure of this gap?
There's a huge gap, and it's we calculated in terms of the Learning Poverty Index, which the World Bank has put out, which measures is their literacy at age 10. And that turns out to be a very important building block for skills later on. But I want to turn also, I think we can look for tech kind of based solutions, but when you get right down to it, the goal is to have a legal and regulatory framework that encourages jobs, that encourages business investment. And that's what's often missing right now. That means transparency in contracts. So one of the biggest challenges is contracts that have non-disclosure clauses or that are not disclosed as far as what the terms are. And so then the people of the country don't see the benefits coming from the investment that might be out there. So then that becomes a circular process with not enough money for education. So I really want to put emphasis on that starting point of legal and regulatory framework that invites investment, because then the companies will want to be seeking skilled workers and will actually provide a lot of the job training. That gets into girls staying in school. One of the themes of this conference is 12 years in school for girls, and having that be beneficial to the family. One of the things is to try to create a structure or an environment where the family wants the girl to stay in school rather than other alternatives. And so I think that's really important to push forward.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have first-hand experience of the scenario you painted. We operate in 54 African countries. On the business side, we operate through United Bank for Africa in 20 African countries. We interact with people. We have over 20 million customers in this country, so we see the kind of inequality you're talking about. On the philanthropy side, the Tony Elumelu Foundation operates in the 54 African countries where we try within our limited resources to impact our young ones. Again, we see the inequality that exists in our society. And I think, speaking from one's experience, that this best way to address this is for us to give economic hope and opportunity to our young people. It's for us to intervene directly, and in my viewpoint, not even through governments, to see how we can cut through the chase and intervene directly in the young ones. This is our advocacy. This is what we preach everywhere. If you look at the intervention we've had since 2015, where we've so far been able to assist or impact directly about 9,500 lives across the 54 African countries, it presents, in my viewpoint, an insight into what we should be doing in the 21st century as Africans and as the global community interested in the development of Africa in a sustainable fashion today. During launch, I interacted with some, I guess they must be in audience. Some people just walked up to me. We are beneficiaries of Tony Elumelu Foundation 2015 cohort. I started in Rwanda with the $5,000 the Tony Elumelu Foundation gave us. Today, we just completed raising $3 million, and we're the biggest fast local foodstuff chain providers in the country. They started with $5,000, 2015. This is where they are today. That is one of the ways of bridging this inequality we preach about. Just little support, give them business education, create an enabling platform for their networking platform, and then prepare them for second stage funding and third stage funding that they need. We have over 60% of our population on the continent under the age of 30. We must prioritize them. We must think about them. We cannot be talking about developing our continent without dealing with this sector. So to me, the inequality or the inefficiency we have in resource allocation in the system can only be addressed if we begin to prioritize these people. And when we prioritize them, we do all the things they need to succeed. We look at the tax laws, which is, by the way, one of the great things the Nigerian government just did. You look at the tax laws and these small and medium-scale enterprises, what do we need to support them with? Because inherent in some of those structural policies is the inefficiency we talk about that lead to the inequality. If we tax people at that level so much, they will not even be able to survive, to be able to be productive in the system. So we have seen, and this is what when I have platforms like this, I use the opportunity to call everyone, Friends of Africa, African leaders who are endowed. We must think of the fact that poverty anywhere is a threat to all of us everywhere. We must think of how to provide a platform, the enabling support that will enable people to move to the next level. We must think of our own future, our own prosperity in a sustainable fashion that lies in making sure everyone, as much as possible, is happy. You know, the scale of happiness might differ, but to some extent, let's bridge that gap. And the way to that is by making sure we empower the young ones on the continent. We believe that in the 21st century, the way we intervene in Africa must change. We should come together, make investments in infrastructure, and more importantly, investment in our young ones. That investment in our young ones will enable us create the future people that will help us bring prosperity sustainably to the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering whether we have a question from Slido. One question. No? Okay. Well, then I have another question. And if you don't mind, this is both to Mr. Reed and Ms. Allam. It's a loaded question, but I'd really appreciate your short answers in a minute each, which is, how can Africa accelerate its inclusion in the fourth industrial revolution? This is a loaded question, but I think it's a relevant question, especially from where you're both coming from.
I better start because you're going to have more to say on this than me. I think that Africa can be one of the leaders. The reason is that it can leapfrog. We've heard that term a lot, but it actually is true. When you think about Nick's area, I remember when Nigeria was putting out its cellular licenses, I think there were 120 landlines for a huge country, and people were making estimates that the entire industry would have 10 million subscribers in 10 years. Well, little bit above that, right? Several hundred million. So the point is that when you are starting with a lower base in certain areas, all areas, credit cards, food delivery, supply chain management, inventory management, what we do every year at our CEO Day, the most popular topic is exactly that. And there is a lot of hunger among companies and entrepreneurs and CEOs, and a lot of intelligence and a lot of work being done. And I think you will see certain things coming out of Africa that even the UK can learn from. The flip side is I was talking at lunch with various people who were telling me about various technologies here. They need to go to Africa, and people like us, all of us, have to make that possible. So I think when you think about mass poverty alleviation, also mass delivery of healthcare services, education, all of these things, electricity, we have to be in that world.
Excellent, I like that.
Yeah, and I suppose my short 1 minute answer would be that when I go around and meet many of the governments through Africa, I say the most important thing for us, we are a long-term investor. We're putting infrastructure into a country. So what we need is stability of policy. That is the most important thing. We know where we stand. If things move year to year, then our returns move, and therefore investors get nervous. So if you want an investment community that feels, I believe in Africa long-term, give us stability. I'd say secondly, understanding the need for spectrum to allow us to launch new services. It's so critical for us to have access to spectrum quickly to launch services. And then I'd say it's about collaboration between us as an industry and the governments and regulator, importantly, to provide a framework that encourages us to invest more, to basically expand into rural locations. We want to serve rural locations. Trouble is, it's challenging economically. So we need to find innovative models to be able to do that. And we want to build platforms. We see ourselves as a sector of sectors. We enable economic prosperity. So if we can get the telecom infrastructure right, the rest of the economy will start to progress going forward.
Thank you so much. I particularly enjoyed this panel. I hope everyone else has as well, because you're all speaking from the perspective of business people who have worked on the continent and with the continent for a very long time, which I hope is giving some confidence and reassurance to any investor in the room who's thinking of going to Africa. And you'd also be pleased to know that today Her Majesty's government announced that the government was launching a one-stop shop to support businesses who are looking to go into Africa. So for many of our panelists, when they ventured into Africa, perhaps that support didn't exist and you had to find your way yourselves. But there are new opportunities now for that to happen. So I want to say a very big thank you to all of you for exposing us to opportunity, real opportunity in Africa. Thank you very much. Join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you.
Runa.
Thanks. You go this way?
We go this way.
If you haven't yet thought of what business you're going to do in Africa, I think by the time we're done today, you will be thinking of one business that you're going to invest in and find out more about and learn about. One of the phrases that has come up a lot is inclusive growth. And for me, in this next section, inclusive growth means it's time for some girl power. Okay, oh good. It's time for some girl power. So we have two entrepreneurs who are going to join me on the stage. I'd like to welcome Monica Musonda, founder and CEO of Java Foods, and Tatu Gatere, co-founder and COO of Build Her. See, I told you it was time for girl power. Ladies, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I hope you're doing well. Have you enjoyed the day so far?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Right. So I'm going to start with you, Monica. What are some of the challenges that you face as a female entrepreneur in Africa? I know you have girl power, but some challenges are real.
Right, so I think I'm going to start off with some stats. I think it's really important to give context. So we've been told that the African region is one of the fastest growing regions with respect to female entrepreneurs. There are more women than men who are making choices to become entrepreneurs for whatever reason and despite the challenges. If I can start with myself, after a very successful legal career, I decided to go home to Zambia to start a food processing business because I wanted to focus on affordable nutrition, which today is a really big crisis for Africa. Many of our children are going to school hungry or with nutrition-light meals, which means it has a really big impact on development for our countries. So I thought that this actually makes sense to process the raw materials which are locally grown into nutritious, affordable foods. The only problem was my bank didn't think it was pretty bankable. They didn't agree that I actually could pull it off, and they were unwilling in the first 2 years of my business to give me an overdraft. And therefore, I had to source money for the business elsewhere. This story is not unique to me. It happens to not every woman on this continent. They are doubted, their business plan is seen as light, go and do something else in this sector. But this is not how we are going to achieve inclusive growth on our continent. We cannot win, we cannot develop economically if half the team is not allowed to play. If that half the team is not given a seat at the table and given the same opportunities as men are. We are not asking for charity. I think I've spoken to a number of people like, you know, we shouldn't be talking just about women. We should be talking about Africa. The only problem is we are not being given the same opportunities. So I started off about talking about challenges around financing, about affordable financing in early stage, in the amounts you want, when you're able to, when you need it, and for the period and the structure. But we're also denied access to technical support to really propel the business, to understand innovations, to understand digital. We are unable to access this information, and of course the last one is markets. We too have products we want to sell, but the road is all that much longer. So just to wind up, some thoughts for you today as you go on into your meetings, what really can be done to de-risk women-run businesses, because that's what it really is. How can we really push businesses, the women's businesses across to be part of inclusive growth? It can be looking at different structures around financing, early stage. Remember, this is not charity. It can be providing guarantees. It can be helping structure women businesses earlier, and then at early stage giving them access to opportunities and partnerships. This conference is about partnerships, and that is exactly what we're looking for. So again, we will not achieve inclusive growth for our continent if we do not bring the women on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica. I'm going to turn to you, Tatu. So Monica has highlighted challenges which are very clear. What would you say to policymakers? Woman on the ground, building your business, yes, which we'll hear about, but what would you say to policymakers?
Okay, so first, I would introduce what my business is. We empower women, African women, through connecting construction skills training to employment. We focus on advocacy, accredited construction skills, and life skills training to meet the needs of the industry, but also empower women through social and economic impact. So from that perspective, what I would advise policymakers and implementers is that we not only need to build and implement strategies to encourage inclusive and sustainable growth, but we also need to address the existing challenges, break them down, challenges that are preventing vulnerable groups like women and youth from accessing available economic opportunities. What we have learned at Build Her is that training and connecting training and jobs to vulnerable communities is not enough. We also need to ensure that they're able to grow their careers, improve their incomes, and build their own pathways out of poverty. So what I would suggest is that we start looking at the quality of jobs that we are creating. It's not enough to just talk about jobs. We have to ensure that we are alleviating poverty.
Wow. I love the quality, your point about quality of jobs, because it's not just a job. It's about creating jobs where people have the opportunity to work their way out of poverty into prosperity, real prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Monica. Thank you very much, Tatu.
Thank you.
So we've heard about opportunity, we've heard about inclusion, we've heard about trends and challenges. I think it's about time we heard again from our heads of government, our heads of state. So ladies and gentlemen, for this second panel in the African Growth Opportunities segment, I'd like to welcome to the stage His Excellency President Philippe Nyusi of Mozambique, President Alassane Ouattara of Côte d'Ivoire, and Prime Minister Pravin Jagnnath of Mauritius.
Hello. Ça va? Oui, c'est good.
Ça peut être mieux.
Vous êtes complètement à gauche. Moi, je suis là.
C'est bien.
Oui. Vous êtes comme ça. Hein?
This is right.
Et moi, je suis là.
Non,
je suis là. Voilà. Le Premier ministre.
Thank you.
Welcome, heads of state. May I start with you, President Nyusi, Mozambique? Não posso falar português, mas...
Percebe.
Mozambique has good opportunities for expanding the manufacturing and processing sector. What are your government's plans to attract investments?
Bom, primeiro, espero que todos estejam a ouvir.
Oui.
Canal 4. A primeira resposta que seria, talvez fosse fácil, diria, primeiro é exatamente isso que estamos a fazer agora. Vir ao encontro dos investidores, falar para os investidores sobre Moçambique, e este é o primeiro passo e é fundamental. Vou falar, quando falamos, fez a pergunta para Moçambique, mas podia servir tanto para toda a África. Moçambique é um país, posso considerar virgem ainda em termos de riqueza. Tem o seu subsolo rico em minerais, tem o solo que dá para fazer todo tipo de agricultura. Tenho dito sempre que o mais fácil é dizer aquilo que não se faz, porque produz-se tudo. Mas também Moçambique tem o mar, tem lagos, tem rios, portanto águas interiores, que tem peixe, tem outra riqueza. Moçambique tem muitas fontes de energia, portanto, solares, eólica, energia hídrica, de carvão, de gás, etc. Como se pode ver, mas o principal que existe em Moçambique é o capital humano, as pessoas suficientes para fazer isso. E geoestrategicamente, Moçambique está posicionado num corredor. Dissemos isso, nós servimos a partir de Moçambique os países do Interland. Podemos servir mesmo a África do Sul, podemos servir o Zimbábue, o Zâmbia, podemos servir Malawi, assim até Congo pode-se chegar até aí. Nós temos também reservas importantes do ecoturismo, temos praias que se pode fazer o turismo que nunca mais termina. Temos, como disse, pesca, essa pesca que se pode cultivar no mar, nos lagos, etc. Agora, quais são as estratégias inicialmente? Nós estamos a promover os investimentos, é verdade, público, mas também e sobretudo agora, investimentos privados, com parcerias nacionais e estrangeiras. E essa é uma boa experiência. Nos últimos 5 anos que hoje vivemos, os investimentos diretos estrangeiros foram fundamentais para alavancar a nossa economia. Paralelo a isto está o projeto de formação do homem moçambicano, para poder saber fazer e fazer para Moçambique. E às tecnologias modernas, estamos também a investir nesse sentido. Agora, qual é a nossa estratégia? Como temos estado a fazer? Primeiro, é fundamental a estabilidade. O país tem que estar estável do ponto de vista de segurança, porque todos os investimentos só podem ter lugar, podem ser realizáveis com um país seguro, onde as pessoas se sentem à vontade, onde se pode investir e esses investimentos possam progredir. A outra questão é o melhoramento do ambiente de negócios. Aqui nós temos uma plataforma onde estamos abertos com o setor privado. Temos encontros periódicos, regulares, onde falamos, onde discutimos os problemas, e não só nacionais, mas também com os estrangeiros. Nesse âmbito, temos estado a simplificar os procedimentos para a realização da economia. Temos estado a lutar pela redução da burocracia, só para ficar aquela burocracia que é necessária para se resolver problemas. Temos estado a incentivar, portanto, incentivos fiscais, mas também, como disse, temos que combater a corrupção. A corrupção não no sentido profundo como se pensa, mas a partir da pequena. Aquele que quando se chega a um serviço, quer prestar serviço, as pessoas pedem apoio disso, apoio daquilo. Muitas das vezes as pessoas gostam de complicar isso, ou se queremos promover o turismo, como que isso tem que ser feito. Então, esta é uma atividade também, paralelo a isso, desincentiva, quando a corrupção existe, os investimentos. Então, temos estado a fazer esse trabalho. A outra parte, não menos importante, é a questão das políticas macroeconômicas. Essas têm que ser prudentes. Nós temos aqui lutado pela redução da inflação. Eu recordo, em 2016, tivemos por volta de 26% de inflação. Fizemos um trabalho, até agora estamos nos pontos 3,2%, 3,5% a inflação. Isso é fundamental porque isso faz com que a economia ou os investimentos não sejam caros. A outra questão é a redução, evitar para que os riscos financeiros incomodem a economia. Então, trabalhamos para que nessa área da macroeconomia, que não haja, o investidor não tenha o receio de investir, porque há riscos financeiros em Moçambique, como também a gestão da dívida pública.
Sim, obrigada. Next question to President Ouattara. Your Excellency, with Côte d'Ivoire currently one of the fastest growing economies in the world, what factors are enabling the increasing flows of FDI and private sector investments that are driving economic growth?
Bien, je vous remercie, Madame. Je suis très heureux d'être là. Je voudrais remercier à nouveau le Premier ministre et tous les organisateurs et vous dire que nous avons amené du soleil à Londres. Hein, vous voyez, depuis 2 jours, les journées sont ensoleillées, j'en suis heureux. La Côte d'Ivoire a fait des progrès impressionnants au cours des 8 dernières années et cela va continuer dans cette année et dans les années à venir. Et en réalité, il fallait mettre l'accent sur l'investissement privé. C'est ce que nous avons fait. Dans nos programmes d'investissement depuis 2012, nous avons réussi à faire en sorte que 60% des investissements soient faits par le secteur privé. Et donc les flux, bien sûr, d'investissement direct ont été très importants. Et ceci n'est pas chose facile parce que nous avons hérité d'un pays qui sortait d'une crise post-électorale, qui a fait près de 3000 morts avec destruction des infrastructures, destruction de l'absence de l'administration et également donc une situation économique catastrophique. Mais nous avons travaillé à remettre les choses sur pied. Et ceci demandait d'abord, bien sûr, qu'on essaie d'améliorer la sécurité. Maintenant, c'est chose faite. Abidjan a le même degré de sécurité que Londres, et nous en sommes très fiers. Et il fallait également amener la paix. Nous l'avons fait via la réconciliation des Ivoiriens. Et bien évidemment, la chose la plus importante pour le secteur privé, l'investissement privé, c'était d'améliorer le climat des affaires. Et moi, je suis heureux de dire que quand on prend les indices de la Banque mondiale, le World Doing Business, nous sommes nous avons près de 50 points d'amélioration. Quand nous prenons les indicateurs de Mo Ibrahim, depuis 6 ans, nous sommes le pays qui a la meilleure performance. Et tout ceci a amené donc ce pays à faire une croissance extraordinaire de 8% par an en moyenne depuis 2012. Et il y a des années où nous avons atteint 10%. Il y a certaines années où nous avons fait 7%, mais jamais moins de 7%. Et ce qui veut dire qu'à la fin de l'année prochaine, en 9 ans, nous aurons doublé le produit intérieur brut. Et nous aurons donc augmenté de plus de 50% le revenu par tête d'habitant, ce qui se traduit par une réduction drastique du taux de pauvreté, qui était plus de 50%, qui est maintenant aux alentours de 35%. Et nous continuerons dans cette voie. Et en réalité, il fallait choisir les secteurs les plus porteurs. La Côte d'Ivoire est un pays agricole. Nous sommes le premier producteur mondial de cacao, le premier producteur mondial de noix de cajou, le premier producteur africain de bananes, le premier producteur africain d'ananas, le premier producteur africain d'EVA, ce qui fait que la deuxième phase de notre stratégie dont je parlerai tout à l'heure, c'est la transformation de ces produits agricoles. Mais pour le moment, la situation économique est florissante et le taux de pauvreté baisse et le taux de croissance est maintenu. Et j'ajoute que le taux d'inflation pendant cette période a été moins de 2% par an. Et le ratio de la dette sur le PIB aujourd'hui en Côte d'Ivoire est de 48%, ce qui est quand même un taux pas négligeable, très intéressant par rapport à tous les pays du monde. Et nous continuerons dans cette voie parce que nous avons une équipe gouvernementale solide, nous avons remis les Ivoiriens au travail et nous sommes confiants que la paix, la sécurité permettront de faire en sorte que la Côte d'Ivoire continue sur cette lancée. Merci, madame.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Prime Minister Jagnos, if I may. Mauritius has clearly been a leader and an early mover in manufacturing-led development. We've heard from a number of economies today who have talked about being very primary in their economic drivers in terms of the level of processing. It's still very primary. What lessons can you share from Mauritius's experience with other countries and with our audience, of course, of how to actually evolve an economy from primary to tertiary sectors?
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Quist, and let me express my appreciation to the remarks of Excellencies Nyusi and Ouattara. As you pointed out, the question, Chair, Mauritius has been able to attract and retain investments since its independence in 1968. Diversification, in fact, has been the key to our economic success, and industrialization was imperative to start this process. However, we only had very few local entrepreneurs, and they had limited skills and capital. So we strived to attract foreign entrepreneurs willing to use our resources, mainly labor, and invest in the manufacturing sector, originally geared towards textile and sugar production. And after, unfortunately, I must say, the erosion of preferential market access, the gains from those industries were reinvested in the development of tourism, thus marking, in fact, our first step in the services industry. We have since then developed the tertiary sector to include financial services, the ICT BPO, and professional services. And today, the services sector contributes to over 75% of our total GDP, although the manufacturing sector still remains on a stand-alone basis the main single contributor. Mauritius has been able to maintain a strong industrial base whilst also successfully diversifying the economic activities. And in terms of business environment, which is one of the main determinants of attracting foreign direct investments and increasing economic activity, Mauritius has made a tremendous leap forward. Just as Côte d'Ivoire, we were ranked 13th out of 190 countries in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business Index for this year. We are, of course, aiming to graduate further, and we want to become amongst the world's top 10 performers. So if I can attribute our success in establishing resilient economy to the following factors: putting in place very strong institutions, focusing on infrastructure development, and promoting a culture of inclusiveness, continuously improving our business environment, remaining very much open to foreign investments and talents, and of course, last but not least, investing heavily in education and training.
Thank you very much for that, Prime Minister Jagnod. I want to pick up on your last point about investing in education. We heard about Tatu from a different country, but she talked about the right skills and the creation of quality jobs for all. As you continue your transition as an economy into even much, a more sophisticated and a more sophisticated economy, how will you provide the right skills and training to create the right quality of jobs for the future?
Well, indeed, Mauritius is already an upper middle income economy, and we will soon hopefully join the League of the High Income Countries. With a per capita income already reaching now $12,050 in 2018, Mauritius is just about $325 short of the high income threshold that has been set by the World Bank. Now, there has been a marked improvement in income distribution, and we are hoping that more progress will be made in the years to come. The share of total income going to households at the lower end of the income range has increased, and it is important to quote the figures, from 5.3% in 2012 to 5.7% in 2017. The Gini coefficient has decreased from 0.414 to 0.400 during the same period. So to achieve further improvement, we are embarking on an ambitious development strategy by focusing on new high growth potential sectors such as the ocean economy, the digital economy, renewable energy, and life sciences. Our path to a modern and inclusive high-income economy will rest mainly, again, on investing in the knowledge, skills, and abilities of our human capital, as these have been and remain our most precious resources. We have recently adopted an inclusive education system where each individual has an opportunity for educational progress. Mauritius has, over the last few years, come forward with a range of schemes and programs that focuses on improving productivity of the existing labor force through continuous professional development programs, incentivizing companies to recruit and train fresh graduates, retraining and upskilling of both employed and unemployed youth, and matching the needs of the private sector to existing future skills. We have also taken a very historical measure by providing access to free education up to tertiary level to all Mauritian citizens in all public institutions. We recognize that for some sectors that we wish to develop, we do not have the local expertise, and as I have mentioned previously, we are open to foreign talents. We have a number of channels which foreign experts, startups, and high-caliber professionals can come to work and live in Mauritius, and we have also set parameters to ensure that there is adequate diffusion of skills to the local people. So all along, we have made sure that the jobs that we create are decent and reduce inequality. I have recently introduced a modern and comprehensive employment legislative framework, in fact, to promote decent wages and sustainable development, including a minimal applicable salary across all sectors and a negative income tax regime for low-income employees. So these are how we are moving forward to have a more equal and fairly distribution of the wealth of the country.
Thank you very much for that. If I can come back to you, President Nyusi. So in Mozambique, it's about 75% of the population that's engaged in agriculture. So my question is, as we talk about attracting investment to Africa, and particularly in your case to Mozambique, how will you ensure that that investment is of benefit to everyone in Mozambique and not just the people who are outside the agriculture sector?
Boa pergunta. Como saiba, nós tomamos posse já na quarta-feira, que significa que o meu governo só tomou posse no sábado passado. E dos problemas que temos estado aí a tratar intensivamente é exatamente a justiça social. A justiça social significa os bens, a riqueza que existe em Moçambique, aquelas que eu falei no início, têm que beneficiar em primeiro lugar o nacional, o moçambicano. Mas para tal, estamos a mobilizar os investimentos estrangeiros, mesmo nacionais, mas estrangeiros, para poder vir operar em Moçambique. Neste caso, estou aqui neste país e aproveito convidar aqui os britânicos para poder investir em Moçambique. Exatamente, nós estamos através da diversificação. Queremos que haja mais emprego para os moçambicanos. Essa é uma das formas como que podem beneficiar. E esse é o slogan que nós usamos agora, que é trabalho, trabalho, trabalho. Estamos primeiro a dedicar a formação técnico-profissional. Significa dar o saber fazer à nossa população. Para quando chegar os investimentos estrangeiros em Moçambique, em diferentes áreas, tem que absorver, na maioria, acima de 90% tal, os nacionais. Essa é uma das formas de que essa riqueza, ainda hoje, esta manhã, tive um encontro com mais uma entidade eminente deste país, quando falávamos sobre o turismo comunitário, que há vezes que vêm pessoas, operam turismo em Moçambique, mas em cada 100 dólares, ou 100 euros, ou 100 libras que recebem em Moçambique, apenas 5 é que ficam para Moçambique. Então, neste caso, nós vamos capacitando mais pessoas, vamos formando mais pessoas e vamos conseguir fazer isso. Outra questão é mesmo de outro emprego, porque, por exemplo, nós agora temos uns projetos de gás que estão em Moçambique, que estão a vir, e esses projetos estamos a trabalhar com eles para que haja o conteúdo local. Quando trazem os investimentos, os trabalhos terciários têm que ser feitos pelos moçambicanos. Se é para fornecer alimentação, tem que ser moçambicano. Se é para produzir ovo, tem que ser moçambicano, porque vão incomodando, vão acomodando, vão empregando muita gente, incluindo gente estrangeira. Então, nesse aspecto, nós temos muitas formas, incluindo a promoção dos PMAs, acho que são os pequenos e médios empresas que existem, como que são o fomento. Eu tenho uma empresa que é empresa britânica que trabalha em Moçambique, que chama-se Plexas, está na produção de algodão como sua vocação. O que tem estado a fazer, produz sim, tem aquelas machambras que são comuns, que pertencem à empresa, mas eles fomentam o algodão. Portanto, aqueles camponeses singulares que estão aí, familiares, etc., eles são dados também oportunidades para produzir e eles assistem com fumigação, as técnicas de produção, etc., e vendem, eles compram esse produto do camponês. Portanto, é uma maneira de empoderar o camponês, colocar o mercado ao lado do camponês, e atos como esses surgem em muitas áreas, incluindo, como disse, falei aqui, do turismo comunitário, podíamos ter falado também de umas outras atividades de produção.
Obrigada. Et si je peux poser la dernière question à vous, monsieur.
Madame.
Similar to Mozambique, what are the opportunities in Côte d'Ivoire to turn jobs in lower productivity sectors into higher skilled positions? Speaking particularly about rural populations.
Je vous remercie. En fait, je pense que nous avons les mêmes contraintes. La différence, c'est que la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays d'abord agricole, ce qui veut dire qu'il y a un bon tiers de la population qui est déjà dans le secteur agricole, et ce qui est une bonne chose. Et quand on investit donc dans le secteur rural, que ce soit l'eau potable, l'électricité, les écoles, la santé, on réduit la pauvreté dans le secteur agricole. Et j'ai indiqué tout à l'heure que sur un certain nombre de produits, la Côte d'Ivoire a donc des performances exceptionnelles. Alors maintenant, pour le reste de l'économie, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? C'est d'abord la question de l'éducation et de la formation des jeunes. Et nous avons, depuis 2012, décidé que l'école est obligatoire jusqu'à l'âge de 16 ans. Pour les familles défavorisées, bien sûr, le gouvernement aide les parents à payer les fournitures et tout ce qu'il faut pour que les enfants puissent aller à l'école. Et nous avons développé toute une série de lycées et d'écoles de formation technique pour que dans le domaine, par exemple, des nouvelles technologies, le domaine du tourisme et dans d'autres secteurs, les jeunes puissent être formés pour pouvoir avoir un emploi. Parce qu'en réalité, c'est ça l'avenir. Une jeunesse bien formée est une jeunesse donc qui s'enracine et qui peut également éviter d'aller se jeter dans la Méditerranée ou dans le Sahara pour avoir donc un peu plus d'espoir. Et cela étant, nous avons essayé de créer un certain nombre d'universités. Notre ambition, c'est d'avoir à peu près 10 universités en Côte d'Ivoire par rapport aux 3 que nous avions quand je suis arrivé aux affaires dans les années à venir. Donc une université par grande région de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et voyez-vous, madame, pour que tout cela marche, il faut tout de même qu'il y ait une stratégie de développement, une stratégie d'attraction des investissements privés, également d'allocation des ressources dans les meilleurs secteurs, ça veut dire les problèmes de gouvernance, les problèmes d'encadrement de la jeunesse, les problèmes d'aider les femmes qui sont quand même font la moitié de la population à avoir des sources de financement. Nous avons mis en place un fonds qu'on appelle le fonds d'appui aux femmes de Côte d'Ivoire qui permet aux femmes, même dans le milieu rural et bien sûr dans le milieu urbain, d'avoir 300 €, par exemple, de crédit avec un taux d'intérêt très faible pour pouvoir commencer des activités limitées. Je sais que le temps vient, mais c'est important que je vous le dise parce que nous tenons à ce que ce programme ait un appui des institutions multilatérales, la Banque mondiale, la Banque africaine, mais également la Grande-Bretagne. Parce que nous avons déjà plus de 200 000 femmes qui profitent de ces crédits. Et une femme s'occupe d'à peu près 6 à 7 personnes. Ça veut dire que c'est plus d'1 million de personnes qui sont déjà prises en charge. Donc notre objectif, c'est d'accentuer nos efforts pour l'éducation, la formation des jeunes et la mise en place des outils de crédit et de développement donc des femmes également. Donc moi, je voudrais vous remercier parce que c'est une opportunité de dire que la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays qui a fait des efforts extraordinaires. Je salue mes compatriotes qui m'ont fait confiance depuis 9 ans et je leur dis que nous continuerons dans cette voie et je suis persuadé que les taux de croissance de 7 à 8% que nous avons connus depuis 9 ans continueront sur les 9 à 10 ans à venir.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Voilà. Merci.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for a very candid, open and honest panel discussion where you shared, quite frankly, where your countries are and the progress you've made and more insights of where you're going and the things we can learn from. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As Your Excellencies leave the stage, together, I'd like to remind us that the day is not over. And so, as Your Excellencies leave the stage, vous pouvez passer par là.
Where do we leave?
On prend les micros ou on les laisse?
Non, non,
on peut les laisser.
Oui.
Voilà.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we have a short break. And then after the break, we'll be starting our closing session. Please be here. You don't want to miss Dr. Konjo Iweala and all the other people who will be presenting with us in that last section. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? This will be a
gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your moderator for the day, Lucy Quist.
I know you've had a great day. It's been a wonderful, inspiring, insightful day, and we have one more segment to bring all the insights home and together. We've heard from leaders, and we've heard from governments. We've heard from global institutions, and we've heard from entrepreneurs. So let's watch this short video that brings together some of the lessons we've learned today. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue the segment, I have the singular honor of welcoming to the stage Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala is the chair of the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and sits on the boards of Standard Chartered and Twitter. She previously served as Nigeria's finance minister and as managing director at the World Bank, as well as an advisor to Lazard. Dr. Iweala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see we have a bit of color coordination going on here.
Yeah, I think this is an African thing.
Well, the thing is, when I grow up, I want to be like you, of course, so I think I'm on the right track.
Thank you.
Dr. Ngozi, we have had a very insightful day. And if there's anyone who knows Africa from both the private and public sector, it's you. So would you mind sharing with us some perspectives from what you've heard from the issues discussed today?
Well, thank you so much, Lucy. I think I'd like to make 4 points, since we don't have a great deal of time. The first one is about the gathering itself. The first observation is this multi-stakeholder gathering that we have that brings together the public sector, the private sector. I've seen a lot of civil society. I've seen a lot of young entrepreneurs. I really want to commend and compliment the UK government for pulling it all together. So this is the kind of, I think, gatherings we need to have, to move things on the continent. I'll come back to this point because we do have this also going on the continent, but I think today, that was my first observation, the amount of energy that has been generated by pulling this multi-stakeholder approach together. I think the second point I'd like to make is that I'm going to use a word that one of my sons uses all the time. I don't know if it's in the dictionary, it's positivity. Is it a real word?
Yes, it is.
There was so much positivity in the atmosphere here today, from two sides. First, from our leaders, our presidents. I listened to them talk about what they are doing in our countries and on the continent in order to generate the environment, enabling environment for the private sector. We've got some of the big continental achievements like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Vera Songwe is here, who has been leading that with our leaders, talked a lot about that and what it means for their countries. We talked about a lot of doing business achievements. 8 of our countries are now in the top 100, and so many others have made a lot of progress on doing business. I know we still have a long way to go, but that's very positive. There's a lot being done to spur growth. We've got a lot of structural reforms. We've got value-added manufacturing that is going on. Côte d'Ivoire transforming cocoa all along. Senegal, you know, President Macky Sall, Nigeria, we are all doing things in our countries. President Buhari is here to try to spur investment. So there was a lot of positive things. On that note, I think the one thing that came through is jobs. Every one of our leaders is conscious of the need to do these reforms in order to create jobs, and we have a lot of young entrepreneurs. Let me give a shout out to UN Women who are here from Nigeria. They're young entrepreneurs who were supported, and there are quite a lot of them from Nigeria who have created jobs. Let me also say from the side of business, I heard a lot of positive. In fact, there's so much of a positive environment. Absolutely. I'm beginning to feel nervous. Because
it's real, Doctor.
It's real. When you go to a gathering for Africa, all you hear about is challenges. But it is unique to this meeting. Investors, I listened to a panel where they were talking of how to raise resources for investment on the continent, on the London Stock Exchange, the billions that have been raised, Standard Bank, Standard Chartered. But the one thing I want to draw out there is, so there was a lot of talk about sustainable infrastructure investment. So green financing being raised. Africa still has 2/3 of its infrastructure to be built. And we have the opportunity to lead by doing it in a sustainable and green way. So that was a positive. And then finally, there was also, well, we are very happy to be here in this environment. We've brought African investors, we've brought UK investors, we brought our leaders here, and it's all going very well. But there's one thing I want to take back. A lot of the young people were saying to me, we also need the investors to come to us. Yes. So my wish is that we would be able to translate this energy, because on the continent we've got several initiatives. We've got the Sharm el-Sheikh conference in Egypt, we've got the CEO conference in Côte d'Ivoire, we've got the African Development Bank Investor Conference in Joburg, so we also want to move them in that direction.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more that if we're going to discover and learn about the continent and understand the continent, then we have to physically be there as well on the ground. So Dr. Ngozi, can you say a little about what you see as the main challenges for governments to encourage more private investment in African markets, both domestically and internationally?
I would say maybe 3 things very quickly. The first one is infrastructure and logistics. Again, a lot of the comments I've heard here is we need to get our energy story right. We need to get electricity, roads, ports right. We need to get digital as well. We need technology, with telecommunications. So there's a lot of, I think the emphasis on governments trying to invest, but that's also an opportunity, because this is why we're here. If we have those challenges, then we're also saying to investors, this is an opportunity for you to invest. The second area is on the macroeconomy. I think we've done very well in the 2000s on the continent, leading up to the financial crisis of 2008, but somehow we are seeing some slippages, and I think we need to pull back to get inflation under control, to get our exchange rates right, to get macro stability in place. I think without that, we're going to experience more challenges. So macro conditions, structural conditions, I said the presidents are working on diversifying, but we need to do more of that. I think the last is still the work we need to do on doing business. Like I said, we're making progress, but there's still a lot of bureaucracy, red tape. 8 of our countries are in the top 100, but the remaining are in the bottom 100. So the issue is, what do we need to do on the micro challenges in order to make the environment friendly for our domestic business and investors, first of all, and then for foreign investors.
Excellent. So I feel as though with my next question, you've probably answered a bit already, but I'll still ask whether you think there are any other main challenges for businesses and investors, and what we need to do to encourage more of that investment into Africa.
Well, maybe from the investor side, I think there's the issue of risk. You know, many investors see Africa as risky, and I think the perception of risk is probably much higher than the actual risk itself. So we have all those Fitch and Standard & Poor's and their ratings, but I think we need to step back and ask those who have been doing business, who are taking the long view on the continent, what are their returns and what is the actual risk? So that risk perception is there, and we need the business needs to relook at this and to pull back. I think the other thing the business is looking at is policy instability. A lot of businesses fear that, you know, policies that are put in place in one administration or one government may change, or, you know, a tax policy or something is proclaimed and then is changed down the line. And that kind of policy uncertainty, you know, is something they also talk about. But I just want to say, take the long view on the continent. It's the continent of the future. Don't look at short term.
I couldn't agree with you more. The view of just investing quickly to get out is what probably leads to some of the perceptions or heightened perceptions of risk. I have one final question for you. Of course, from the outset, you've been very complimentary about the UK government in organising this summit, and I strongly agree with you as well. That's why I'm in this seat. But can you say a little more about the UK's role in all that you describe, and what UK-Africa partnerships you look forward to going further out of this conference?
Well, I think, first of all, yes, I sincerely meant it when I said that, look, Brexit is round the corner. If one of the first things the government does is organize a conference centered on Africa, then it seeks to underline how important this relationship is. And as was said before, 1.2 billion consumers, 2.5 trillion in GDP, you know, we will have the largest number of young people by 2030. All this makes Africa a good partner. So I think the UK is building on historical ties. So you see here that members of the Commonwealth are here, but it's also building modern ties and reaching across beyond the Commonwealth to pull in. It's fantastic to see that this is about Africa, not a particular group of African countries. So I think building on the two is very clever. I think the UK, you know, I'm going to say something here too, that Africans also feel a tie with the UK. The two parts of the world are linked culturally, sports-wise. Who defeated who yesterday? Liverpool defeated Man U, right? And it was Mo Salah's goal, right? From Egypt.
Please, let's not go down that route right now. I'm very sad.
We shouldn't. Are you a Man U fan? Okay, all right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So we've got our Africans who are playing here in different teams. We've got cultural ties. You know, I used to also joke for my own country, Nigeria. Now, I once said, what's the second largest city in Nigeria? And everybody was looking at me, and I said London.
Quite true.
So we've got all these ties, and I think, jokes apart, that building on these ties in a modern way is what the UK is trying to do. And I think as Africans, we have shown our willingness by coming here and engaging, because we expect for the future that will be a key market. It's not only for the UK to sell, but what happened in Prime Minister Boris Johnson's speech, he also mentioned tea from Kenya coming. There'll be chocolate and cocoa and coffee from Cote d'Ivoire. There'll be textiles and fashion coming from Africa. There'll be, you know, manufactured products that will come from the continent here and back.
Dr. Ngozi, it has been my singular pleasure to have this conversation with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Exit.
You can go back. Well, one thing's for certain, African women are powerhouses in their own right. You can clap. Throughout the day, we've heard from many entrepreneurs, and I have to bring you one more amazing entrepreneur, the last one of the day, and her name is Nabukosi Dlamini, who has joined us all the way from South Africa. Nabukosi, please join us. She is the founder and CEO of a tech startup, Bahati Tech. Nabukosi, welcome.
Thank you, Lisa.
There's a little story here because Nabukosi had to change your flight.
That's correct. Yes.
Because your name got spelt wrong, and so you didn't make your flight, and you had to get another flight. But she still made it first thing this morning. So this woman has flown in all the way from South Africa, arrived this morning, and she's with us, looking bright and fresher than I am on this stage. So, Nabukosi, how has the day gone for you so far? What are some of your main takeaways from this summit?
Thanks, Lucy. I think it's been a very exciting day for me to see all the creativity that our fellow entrepreneurs have brought forward, and they've showcased the services and products that they want to bring to the African continent as well as to the UK. So it's been really amazing also to see different stakeholders come together from trade partners, governments, as well as investors to say these are the opportunities that are available for entrepreneurs. And you know, Lucy, they say that success is when preparedness meets opportunity.
Absolutely.
So as entrepreneurs, we are prepared to take hold of these opportunities that this summit has presented us with. And I think it's going to be an exciting decade for the African entrepreneur, especially female entrepreneurs. I was so happy to see so many female entrepreneurs here today from Africa. So we're looking forward to working with the UK, to working across the African continent.
Excellent. You mentioned opportunities, so I need to take you up on that. Yes. What are the main opportunities ahead to drive structural transformational change?
I think the biggest opportunity that is ahead of us right now is increased collaboration for us as entrepreneurs to take hold of bigger opportunities in the market. I see there's a lot of talk about investment and financing for businesses, and that will allow us to scale not only in our individual continent, but also into other parts of the world. My colleague Charles this morning mentioned that African solutions are not only applicable in the African context,
Absolutely.
but can be applied in other areas of the world. So we're very keen to showcase what our talents are, what our creativity is, and I think with an enabling environment, with the access to market and financing that we require, it's going to be the year of the African entrepreneur.
The year of the African entrepreneur. You heard it here first. Thank you very much, Nabukosi.
Thank you.
And so our last but one speaker is the Deputy Prime Minister and head of Ethiopia's delegation, Minister Demeke Mekonnen, who will join us now on the stage and share his thoughts from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I wish to express my deep appreciation and thanks to the government of the United Kingdom for organizing the UK-Africa Investment Summit and for inviting Ethiopia to this important and timely gathering. The UK and Africa share a relationship based on mutual economic, social, political, and cultural bonds. We are confident that this special relationship will grow further as a result of our deliberations and engagements today. We highly value the initiative taken by the UK government to accelerate investment flows between Africa and the UK. We are confident that this will create lasting partnerships and further opportunities for growth. We know the global economy has been on a downward slide in recent years, with negative implications for global commodity price and trade flows. Understandably, this trend has created major concerns, especially among African countries that depend on commodity exports for income and foreign exchange earnings. Fortunately, there are positive signs that the tide may be turning. This is good news for African countries that are aspiring to achieve high-level growth and economic prosperity through export-led industrialization. In the last 2 decades, African countries have transitioned away from the negative growth pattern that dominated the 1970s and 80s towards remarkable performance that has been labeled by some observers as the African miracle. Ethiopia is one such example of that miracle. It has demonstrated that it is possible to achieve a growth rate much higher than the global average and sustain at a double-digit level for more than a decade. Indeed, Africa is home to 7 of the world's 10 fastest-growing economies. In reality, these achievements are the result of hard work and our determination to lift Africa out of poverty and dependence on external aid. We are learning from our own experience that it is only through discipline and by following the right policies and strategies that we can sustain the recent growth miracle. However, the share of intra-Africa exports as a percentage of a total African exports is the lowest of any other region in the world. It is partly to remedy the weak intra-Africa trade that we established the African Continental Free Trade Area, that largest regional trading bloc in the world. The ultimate goal is to establish a single continental market for goods and services, covering over 50 countries with a combined GDP of over $2.3 trillion and a population of 1.2 billion. There are great expectations from this trade agreement. It will enhance intra-Africa trade and create employment, catalyzing investment, and fostering high-level growth across the continent and beyond. However, while achieving high-level growth is important and necessary for generating wealth, it is not sufficient if it does not create decent and well-paying jobs, enabling countries to achieve shared prosperity. Achieving shared prosperity goes beyond registering high-level growth and increasing national income. It requires addressing the negative implications of inequality, social injustice, unemployment, and deprivation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since 2018, Ethiopia has initiated a series of political, economic, and social reforms aimed at tackling head-on some of these challenges. On the political front, we are focused on creating a strong democratic order based on the rule of law, respect for fundamental human rights, and the basic liberties of our citizens. Creating peace in our region is a central feature of the effort to build a strong democratic order, not only at home, but also at the sub-regional level. Our tireless efforts are bearing fruit, as demonstrated by the peace accord signed between Ethiopia and Eritrea. For the first time in many years, families separated by a tragic war have been reunited and are beginning to live normal lives again. These are historic developments and exemplary for many other countries. On the economic front, our priorities are to strengthen the role of the private sector in the economy, achieve sustained growth through export-led industrialization, and make Ethiopia an African beacon of prosperity by 2030. We have also revised our investment laws to ensure that the domestic market is business-friendly and to open up key sectors that were previously closed to foreign investment. This includes the telecommunication sector, aviation, energy, logistics, financing, leasing, and others. We want to create an attractive investment environment, empower the private sector, build our productive capacity, and create dynamic and competitive Ethiopian enterprises. And we want UK business to be among the first to take advantage of these changes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is the youngest continent. Close to 60% of our population is under the age of 25. In a few decades, Africa will have the largest workforce. This trend will create an unprecedented opportunity for the continent. Yet, we will also have to overcome significant challenges. Key in this regard is the gap between the number of young people seeking work and the limited job opportunities. As government it is our role to ensure that the conditions are in place for strong private sector job growth. So I ask you to work with us in this new journey, in encouraging your business to invest in Africa, in facilitating our integration into the global economy, and in sharing with us the lesson from your own experiences. I invite you to join hands with the people of Ethiopia and Africa. And to the United Kingdom and Honorable Minister Alok Sharma, thank you for your continued support in this journey. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before I introduce our final speaker for today, let me say that it has been a joy and my singular honor to be your moderator today and to host many of the sessions and meet some of you. Thank you very much. I would also like to say a very big thank you to the people who provided the sign language interpretation, and to all the many people who worked so tirelessly to organize today and ensure that actually on the day everything worked seamlessly and flawlessly. Thank you. If you haven't done so already, I still invite you to visit the Business Innovation Hub to see for yourself some of the innovations that we're talking about. And now, to close the summit, I am proud to introduce the Right Honourable Alok Sharma, the UK International Development Secretary, to the stage.
Thank you, Lucy. Distinguished guests, friends, have you enjoyed yourself today? Guys, let's try this one more time. Have you enjoyed yourselves today? Brilliant, brilliant. Well, great. Well, let me extend my thanks to all of you for making the UK's first Africa Investment Summit such a success. Certainly for me and all my colleagues in government, this has been a fabulous day. I personally started off with President Kenyatta at the London Stock Exchange, launching the dual listing of East Africa's first green bond, the first Simba bond on the London Stock Exchange. And this was absolutely a landmark moment for Kenya's capital markets. And now, I close this summit addressing you this afternoon. We have representatives from 21 countries, and the UK government and British business deeply appreciates the effort that you have all made to join us today. I'm also really grateful to Nobukosi, to Dr. Ngozi, all our speakers, particularly Lucy Quist and other moderators and all participants. Can we have a round of applause for Lucy, please? She's done fantastically well today. Before I address what's actually been achieved today, let's look at what we hope will be the legacy of those achievements. Let's remind ourselves of why we came together today. I personally am absolutely delighted that Africa is the focus of our first international summit as a new government. In a rapidly changing world, it is Africa that has the biggest potential. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. It is home to 8 of the 15th fastest growing economies, as you've heard a number of times today. 60% of the population is under the age of 25. One way to look at it, Africa may historically be the oldest continent, but right now in the 21st century, it is the youngest continent on Earth. And as Africa grows and develops, international partnerships and investment will be key to unleashing that potential and delivering a better future for all those young people. And that, my friends, is why we've held the UK Investment Summit. We want the UK to be the investment partner of choice for Africa. And I'd like you to just go back to this morning and reflect on the African proverb that Prime Minister Boris Johnson quoted about the size of fingers. You remember that? Hopefully. That, I thought, was very illuminating. And, of course, our ambition is reflected in the energy of this summit. We've heard from heads of state and governments, as well as young entrepreneurs, tech experts, business leaders, and it's absolutely clear that everyone shares that ambition. And actually, we started the day today with £6.5 billion of deals. We've ended with billions more, and that's thanks to people in this room. The UK government has announced over £1.5 billion of new initiatives. We expect these to create hundreds of thousands of jobs and mobilise over £2.4 billion of private investment for African countries, something that every speaker has said we need more of. But of course, this is just a small part of what the UK can offer Africa. We have world-leading technology and innovation expertise. We're committed to green growth that will help protect our environment for future generations. And we are global leaders on driving economic development through UK aid, something that I see every day in my working life. Whilst driving much-needed private finance into Africa, we want to see investment that builds self-sustaining economies, economies that can provide quality health and education for everyone, and investments that properly consider their impact on the environment. Now, the City of London is the global gateway to sustainable international investment for Africa. London is the biggest centre for foreign exchange trading and the largest for cross-border banking, as well as being home to major investors, innovators, and multinational businesses. More and more of those investors are recognising Africa's potential. And what makes the UK different is our recognition that this huge investment needs to be felt by local communities across the whole of Africa. Everyone must share in prosperity. CDC, our own development finance institution, is investing right across the continent, making pioneering investments, backing first-time funds, and helping to mobilize other private investors. Today, CDC has agreed new investments worth £300 million and are committed to invest a further $2 billion in Africa over the next 2 years. I have announced £320 million to help improve the financial systems and regulations of 45 developing nations in Africa. We're not just boosting investor confidence, but also opening up access to banking and lending services for millions of entrepreneurs right across Africa. And with investment comes trade. And as we get Brexit done, we want a closer trading partnership with African nations. We've already signed trade agreements with 11 African countries, covering over 40% of the UK's total trade with Africa. We have 7 more in the pipeline, and we've secured trade continuity for a further 35 countries. This means businesses from these countries can continue to export to the UK on a preferential basis. We want UK businesses to seize new, exciting opportunities for investment across Africa. As we've heard today, by 2050, more than 2 billion people will live in Africa. 1 in 4 global consumers will be African. That is untapped potential. Potential for business to create jobs and investment across Africa. We are providing direct support and advice to African businesses to help them make the most of UK markets, whilst also supporting UK firms to source more quality, competitively priced products from Africa. Many UK businesses are already benefiting from these opportunities, and they're here today with us in this hall. I personally saw firsthand on a recent visit to Kenya, Cambridge-based business called Azuri Technologies, which provides solar energy systems to off-grid homes across Africa. Africa offers a wealth of young talent, where the majority of entrepreneurs are women. Nubukosi and others have demonstrated the vision shown by Africa's future female leaders. And it is why we have emphasized the importance of increasing support to help more women and girls in Africa, a big, big priority for Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Allowing women and girls to move successfully from education into employment through training, boosting skills, and more job opportunities. To realize Africa's full potential, the entire population must be empowered. We all know that Africa's future is bright. We know that there are deals to be done, and that investment can have a transformative effect on all our countries. But we must be realistic about the scale of the challenge. Accomplishing the UN's global goals for a healthier, wealthier, more equal and greener world by 2030 will require an immense amount of work and, crucially, more private investment. The huge burden of climate change will not be shared equally or fairly across the world. Many developing countries are already bearing the brunt of its impact. Future growth must be sustainable. It needs to consider the undeniable implications of climate change. That is why Prime Minister Johnson today announced that the UK will no longer provide any direct investment or assistance to thermal coal mining and power plants overseas. We've seen at the summit the commercial potential for clean energy alongside the appetite from investors to power growth in Africa. We must harness that potential. Earlier today, Prime Minister Johnson passionately made the case for Global Britain to be the investment partner of choice for Africa. The whole UK government is devoted to this agenda. We're opening new embassies and high commissions in Africa. We're signing trade agreements that continue the open trading relationship we all enjoy. And we're helping UK companies and investors do business in Africa. But let us remember, we each have a role to play. Government cannot deliver prosperity alone. It is business that strikes the biggest deals. Which is why it's great to see so many of you in this room. It is the partnerships and friendships that we're creating here today that will have the biggest impact in the future. The UK is entering this decade with a new sense of purpose. We are open for business and open to creating lasting partnerships that deliver more investment, more jobs and growth for all our countries. Mutual partnerships will bring mutual benefits. From the workers whose jobs are created by businesses to the young entrepreneurs with the ideas that can help solve today's problems. Our overarching mission is to bring universal prosperity, health and economic sustainability to all our countries. If we continue this cooperation and friendship, we can do it. And ladies and gentlemen, Africa has a special place in my heart. When I was a child, my father worked in Nigeria, and I loved my time there. And I can tell you that I learned to ride my bicycle in Nigeria, and I haven't forgotten that yet. But let me conclude by saying that the 21 countries represented here today account for over 80% of Africa's economy. And when you succeed, the whole of Africa succeeds. And when Africa succeeds, the world succeeds. So let's work together for mutual success. Thank you for your participation.
Express yourself.